Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. So let's take care of the other issue that we are facing last time. Well, if we going to log out over here, and then we do see that we have an issue where it says that we have bad request, which is 400. Well, it doesn't really matter what kind of status code is this. The thing is that we are getting a status code which we are not supposed to because we are logging out. But once again, this problem is causing by this one, not directly actually this one. So it's originating once again from here. So where we had this settings page. So this setting page over here, we are triggering this, right? So as we trigger this, it eventually affects our home page. We know that it affects our home page, and in home page we are doing this kind of thing like last time we also did. We are getting some data, and as well as we are also calling this init method. So the idea is once we re-trigger this block settings, the home page gets triggered, and we already know that why home page gets triggered. That's because our applications widgets over here, they are in a widget, well, in a list actually. So this list gets re-rendered as we work on this application page over here, settings, right? So during login it happens, so we know it. Anyway, so to get rid of this problem over here, we need to come to our home, not really home page, I think it should be our home controller. Let me find it. Home controller, this one. Okay, so once again we have to do a check. Now, how could we do this check? To do this check, actually, we can find our storage service class. Over here, we know that we have user token, right? So, and we can have an access to it, user token. But at the same time, we know that this user token actually, when we log out, if you see in your application settings over here, when we log out, we remove this user token, right? Okay, so this is the thing that we can use in our leverage to work with this problem. So let's get it, home controller over here. So one of the things we could do first, we can take this whole logic, actually we can take all of it, and then inside this over here we could do a conditional check. And what is the conditional check we could do over here? So over here we could do like, say, global dot service storage dot get user token. This one we can get this one, but actually we need to wrap it around else if. So if statement, which we could do easily. Now we'll check inside there is not empty. If it is not empty, then we continue with the rest of the code and we are good to go. So because if it is not empty, so only in that situation this would get called, which also means user has already logged in. But if user has logged out, we don't go to this API call, which we don't need to. So over here, make sure that user is logged in, and then make an API call. Okay, and with this we are good to go. Otherwise the user hasn't logged in, so this way we wouldn't have any problem. So let's go ahead and make sure that our code takes effect. Let's restart it, and then over here we are going to do info@dbestack.com. that's my website there, 1 2 3 4 5 6, and let's go ahead and log in. And beautiful, we have done this one. And let's come over here, let's log out, and then we log out and we don't have any errors, nothing is there. Of course, if you want, you could also do a log that user has logged out. So over here we can do else, okay, print user has already logged out. Okay, so with this you could also print out this one. So let's do it one more time. So over here I'm going to type info.dbestack.com, and then here 1 2 3 4 5 6. Beautiful. So it's gonna log on, it's gonna help us log in, and then now we're going to log out. So if we log out over here, so user has already logged out, so nothing to do, and the error has been solved. Thank you. Alright, so hopefully if you had any problem installing XAMPP server, I hope that you have watched the video from the link from the earlier section. So go ahead and do that. Now here our XAMPP server is installed on Windows, so we are going to go ahead and install Laravel over here. Now for Mac servers or Mac users, you can skip this sections. You don't need this. You can go to the next section. So now we know where is our files. So we know that in stdocs we have all these files where you can hold our application. Now here I'm going to create a new Laravel application for our tutorial. So here I'm going to use this command where it says that composer create project Laravel, and here we'll give it a name. So our name would be uLearning app, just like this. So with this we'll be able to install Laravel from the server. Now depending on your internet speed, it may take a lot of time, but here in my case it's a bit faster. So here we are installing everything. And we may need to wait a bit for this. Let's see how it goes. Alright, so it looks like everything has been installed as we wanted. Make sure that our app is here. So we see that uLearning app, this is our app, it is already here. Great. And after that we'll cd to the app and we do uLearning like this, and we could do dir or I guess ls. Okay, so our things are here, and well, this is our basic project structure. Now I have a tutorial that talks about basic Laravel setup and things like that, and basically understanding the project structure and everything for beginners. So please go ahead and check that out as well if possible, because I'm not going to walk you through everything in this tutorial, because this tutorial itself is going to be very long. So check out my other Laravel tutorials if you don't have much idea about Laravel itself. Anyway, so now we are going to do php artisan serve, and then I'm gonna hit enter. So with this our Laravel application would be up and running, and here it says that server is running at this section. Okay, now I can click control and click on this link, and then I would be able to visit the browser. So I'm gonna hit click, and then okay, I think it's already running because my screen is full screen. Now here, well, we have a few, so I'm gonna close all of them. So this is the one that's running, I guess. So hit enter, and we can confirm that from here. So if you hit enter, you'll see that over here it does work. And here is our okay, all right, so it's working. All right, so if you stop it, you can just do Control C and it's gonna stop. And make sure that your actually PHP version matches with mine. So because we are doing PHP 8.2, make sure that the version matches, otherwise you might get error. Alright, so here we'll see how to work with our backend as well. First we have to install our backend and take a look what is our backend. So first over here I would do ls. Now as I do ls over here, we'll see like this. Now here of course we see our app, which is uLearning app, this one. So over here I'm going to go ahead and cd into uLearning. All right, okay, now we already have Laravel installed, and inside this we are going to install our backend package. Now their backend package is also based on Laravel, and this PHP package. Now you need to come to this website where it says that Laravel docs n. This one, well, this is a Chinese website though, but they have done a great job, and they have this English documentation. Now you can simply go ahead and save this link. All right, laraveladmin.org docs/en. This one. So everything here is in English. Yes, they do have SSL issues, but you can ignore that as you want. Okay, anyway, so we'll walk you through this documentation step by step, and we'll go through them. This is great documentation and easy to use. Well, over here there's a quick overview. It's a basic requirement, and we want to get started. So we want to do installation. So we come over here, and I'm on Windows. So it's this one is same for Windows or for Mac OS. The idea is same. So I'm going to copy this over here, and after that I'm going to have it here. So I'm just going to paste it there and hit enter, and it will download the necessary dependencies that comes with this package. It may take a bit of time. Now over here you need to wait. It may take a bit of time depending on your internet. It looks like nothing is happening, but it's still downloading, as you can see, installing and extracting. Now on Windows this thing's a bit slow. Alright, so with this we are done over here, and next thing after this we have to go ahead and publish it. So let's go ahead and publish. So just copy paste there and hit enter, and it published already. Done. But make sure that now your Laravel application is running, which means that you are doing PHP artisan command. Make sure that you have that one. So over here I'm going to paste this one more time. So with this it will actually install this package with our Laravel application. So I'm going to hit enter, and it's done. Alright, and after this, so let's see, what else do we need? Do we need anything else? In general, that should be done over there. Now we'll go ahead and access this backend. Over here it says that localhost admin and admin, like that. So you can go ahead, copy this and put it here. Hopefully it'll take us to the backend. Now it's not taking us to the backend. The reason is we are not running the server. So here we need to do PHP artisan admin. All right. Oh, sorry, it's not admin, PHP artisan serve. Actually, that's the wrong command. Serve. All right. So now with this it's running, and let's see if we could do like this. Now, of course, it might not recognize this command, so we can also go it from here. And here we go. We see that it's over here, and then after this at the we can add a slash and do admin, and this is our admin backend login interface. And here password and username, they're both admin and admin, so you could go ahead just typing in them. This is the basic dashboard that we have, and we have our one admin over here. If you want, you can also do edit over here. You could change some of these files. Now this kind of errors, you don't worry, we'll fix them later down the road. Okay, so one of the things we have seen that we have these issues. Now this is time that we go ahead and solve this issue. How to do that? Well, to be able to do that, first we need to come to our website over here. So here we do debesttech.com. All right, and so we're gonna come to our website over here where it says Laravel, and over here we might have some documentations. So we are going to use those documentations to solve these issues. So now here I do have Laravel admin column functions and issues like this one. So it should be in this link. So let's go ahead and check that. Okay, so one of this is this one, like which I have encountered before, and I have actually listed these problems over here. So come to this link over here, which should be one of these links over here, this one. Laravel admin panel config problems and solutions. So here it says that go to this config file systems.php and put this one. So we need to go ahead and work on this. So it's basically about configuring your disk, so where to put your files, like if you upload information, like those kind of files, and their permission and the drivers like that. So here we are going to create a local driver with this, and inside the local driver we'll have uploads like this, and that means we'll have an upload folder. Visibility is public, so that means that anyone can, with the right permission, can access this, and as well as how to access from the browser, so using our app URL, which is your domain name. Anyway, so now we'll go back and find our file. Now this is where we are, so I'm going to close this, and so here we are inside this htdocs XAMPP and learning app. So this is where we have to go. Now, this is my folder over here, and I think we are inside this C drive. So let me go and find our C drive, this PC C drive. This one inside XAMPP and htdocs, and this is the app. Now this app I'm going to open up in VS Code, drag and drop this one over here, and well, I'll say yes, I trust the authors. So here we go. Now inside this, here it says that go to config and file systems, this one, and this is what we see from our documentation, configs and file system.php. Go and put this code. So that's what we are finding over here. Now so here we are. So inside this we have to put it. So here actually you define all this disk. So we're gonna define a new one for our admin section. So I'm going to do Control V, and that's it. Now we're going to save it. Sorry. Okay, now with this we are saved, and over here I'm going to run this, and hopefully our backend is actually still running there. So let's come over here. Now let's refresh it. Okay, and it looks like the error is gone. And now over here, if you really want, you can change the password. It doesn't really matter. You can put any kind of password. So over here I'm going to use 567, like that, 1 2 3 4 5 6, and submit it, and it should work. And if you go over there, yeah, the error is gone. I'm gonna update the password, and like that. So with this, hopefully our error is gone. Anyway, so later on we'll see how to create menus over here, and we'll also see how to show the logged users. Like right now we can log in, and then we can would be able to show it over here. All right, so here we're gonna install our package, which is called Sanctum package, and this is used for actually API authentication, login authentication, registration authentication, and it also protects your API. So this is what we are going to do, and this is because of security measure. Now first here we'll build our API, but before that we have to install this Sanctum package. Now installing this package on Windows and iOS, they are same, so I'm just going to display it here. I mean iOS, I mean Mac operating system, so exactly the same thing. There is no difference. So if you're on Mac, you can just follow along with me and you'd be able to install it. All right, okay. Well, so first make sure that you are in your project directory, which is uLearning app. And after that, over here we are going to install Sanctum, composer, require, and Laravel Sanctum, like this. So it's gonna install this Sanctum package for us. It may take a bit of time based on your internet connection. Okay, after that, we're going to go ahead and use this command, php addition vendor publish provider, Sanctum service provider. And we have to publish it. And with this, actually, we should be pretty much done. And after that, we'll see if we run php addition migrate, whether we need to migrate any databases or not. No, it doesn't need anything. Okay, great. And now, since we have done this one and this is completed, in next section we'll see how to use this Sanctum library or Sanctum package, and then actually we'll start working on our own API. Well, in this section we'll see how to use this Sanctum package, and we'll quickly see how it helps us to generate actually help us with authentication and generate token for us, and also protect our API and users as well. So let's go ahead and check that. Now first over here, I'm going to create one controller over here, and I would run php artisan make controller, and then it would be inside API folder, and then here we'll name the controller user controllers, because we'll have everything related to user in this controller. Now it would generate a controller for us, and we can go ahead and verify that inside this app folder, inside this HTTP folder, API folder, that this is the name that we have mentioned and it was not there previously. So everything is over here. Now over here we're going to put two methods. Those methods would be responsible for creating our user. So over here, this is our login controller, and we have two methods. First one is create user, and the other one is login user, this one. Now create user actually would be able to create a user and save it in the database. For creating users, first we'll have name, email, and password, and email has to be unique. And at the same time, we'll do validation. We'll see whether these things are actually unique or not, whether they're given or not. And if they're unique and given, meet a requirement, we'll create a user. Now after that, over here we'll return a user, and we'll return a token with the user, which means that the user has successfully logged in. If these things are not met, which means that our server has error, or database has error, or other things have error, so we're going to return 500 by saying that, okay, we have this kind of error. I don't know what it is, but it is server related error. So this is the one. And then if we are able to create a user, then it means that we'd also be able to log in. To log in, once again, we'll validate the user. And then if the validation fails, then we'll say 401, which means that either the user doesn't exist, or user is trying to hack or doing bad things, or just user doesn't exist. Okay, we'll do validation over here, and if email and password are not provided, we'll just simply say validation error. If they're provided, but if we can't find them in our database, which also means auth attempt, well, that means that your user and email, they have to be registered, and that's why here we are saying auth attempt, which also means that whether user has previously logged in, whether that logged in user has a token or not. If you see that if we create a user, actually when we do that over here, you'll see that we are returning a token. So this token actually is saved in our database. So next time user tries to log in, we'll see that for that user email and for that password we have token or not. If we don't have, that also means that actually user is invalid, it's a wrong user. Well, if we can find, we'll skip that section. It means that this condition didn't meet. So in that case, which means that the user is valid, we'll return the first user, and at the same time we'll also return a new token. That token, of course, every time you log in, you'll have a new token. Anyway, this code actually you can find from the link below. Once again, this is a dummy code. A lot of these things we'll remove later. We don't need this, but with this we'll understand that actually what we are doing right now. Okay. Now we need to go to our routes folder, which is this one, and inside this we have this API routes. We're going to remove this. So over here we have this two endpoints, register, and register endpoints actually refers to a method, the method that we have already. And login endpoint also register, it points to a method login user, which are in this folder and in this file over here. Now before we go ahead and actually do the test over here, we have to do use app http, and then over here we'll have I think next one is controller. So you have to define the path where to find this login controller. So here we'll have controllers, and then inside this we'll have API, then inside this we'll have this login controller, the second one. So with this we are telling Laravel framework to where to find this login controller, this one, because we are using it. So over here we are just saying, okay, go ahead and find it over here. All right, okay, now we save it. Now this time we need to go back to our terminal, and we have to make sure that our app is running. So here we do php artisan serve. Okay, so it's running at this port, and over here what are you going to do? You are going to have this Postman. Now if you don't know how to install Postman, I have other tutorial. Go ahead and check the tutorial. So you have to have Postman, and this tool actually we are going to use it throughout all of our application, all of our tutorials. It would play a great role. So go ahead and install Postman, and I have other tutorials how to install and use it. Go ahead and check that out. Now anyway, I'm going to remove all this so that we have a fresh start over here. I'm going to click on this, and over here I'll have this post method, and inside this I'll type in my URL, which is this one actually. So because our application is running on this domain, which is our localhost, and at this port, and then we are inside API auth and register, because our APIs are registered in api.php file, so you have to mention API, and after that you have to mention your route. So this is our route, auth register, and that's what we have done over here, auth register. Okay, now we are going to submit a form, so we have to select body, and over here we are going to do name, because this section is required, and then over here we would do like the best tech, you can name anything you want, and then over here we'll have email, and then we'll do like a@a.com. Now we try to register our user, and let's hit the send button and we'll see what happens. Now okay, first thing, it says that it couldn't find this HTTP controllers API login controller. So let's go ahead and check. So we might have some problem over here. Actually it's not login controller, I was doing it wrong. It should be user controller. So let me go ahead and check this one, and because here you say it's user controller, sorry about that. So I'm going to paste it in this over here. I'm going to save it, and I make sure that this is also this one. All right, so it couldn't find it, so that's why we have this error. Now I'm going to hit the send button one more time, and here it says that password field is required. Now this is coming from here, the validation, because our password is required, so validation failed. And at the same time over here we do see that 401 authorized, which is unauthorized, so which is coming from here, so validation failed. So this time we need to go ahead and use this password over here. So let's go ahead and do password, and for now we're just gonna do 1 2 3 4 5 6 and hit send button, and we see that okay, status true user created, and we return this the token that we have been using. Well, the token not we've been using, I'm trying to say the token that's been generated over here, status true and user created successfully. So that's what we see over here. Okay, user created successfully. Now here I do have, this is my 5th user that's been trying this, because I was testing before recording this video. Now we can go ahead in our XAMPP server, and I'm going to click on this admin over here. Now we see that our database name is Laravel. I should have changed it, but I forgot it. But anyway, so inside this you'll see that actually doing the test. Anyway, so over here you'll see that we have this token over here. Now you can go ahead and add it and click and see that. So this is the token that's been generated by our Sanctum package. Okay, all right, So here we are, and if you try to create one more, it will say that validation failed because the user already exists. So for this email, we already created a user. Now go ahead and try a new one. So here it says that, okay, we created another user for you. This is the 6th user. Now this is happening, this token and everything, because of Sanctum. But now we can try to go ahead and log in. Now for login, we don't need name, we just need email and password. So this is the user that's been actually registered, so we can log in. If you go ahead and try, you'll have more actually token over there. So every time a user tries to log in, it gives you a new token, and every token is saved over here. So now of course if you try a different user, like now this kind of user, now which say it couldn't find it, actually it couldn't find it, so which also means that we can't log in, and which is secured, so user didn't go through registration. Great. Now with this we understand how Sanctum package works, how login works, how authentication works, and after that actually we'll make a lot of changes and we'll be building our own API, and after building our API we'll actually go ahead and use them from our Flutter framework. Now some of the things I'll keep as it is over here, and some I'll change because a lot of the things we don't need, or this is not the structure that we want, or edit them in next section. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so this is the time we go ahead and create our own method actually. Well, no, this is the basic layout of how we're going to work, but we are going to extend on this thing. Now one of the few things that I'm going to do from here on, like for example, I'm going to have this one, something called avatar. So as we are logging with Google account, so we need to pass our avatar from there, and it has to be there required, at least there has to be an image. And then because we'll have different type of login, so we also need to know what kind of login we are using. So that's why we're here for type itself, we will say yes, it's also required. Yeah. And we'll also have an open ID, which would be coming from our Google account, which also means actually our token from Google account. We also want that with this, actually we're going to make sure that yes, definitely this is something we want. Okay. All right, so these are the things that we need. So here we'll have name, we also need that one. We need email, we need that, and that's also necessary. And for now we don't need any password. Okay. All right, so we're gonna save this, so for creating users, and over here it will do the validation, and after that actually we want to create an object of validation. So here we would say validated equal here validated user, this one, and inside this we have an object which is called validated, a method actually validated. So we're going to invoke that, so it will have all of this validated field with their value. And for us, first we'll check in our website, sorry, not website, in our database, if we have certain user already logged in or not, or user is registered there or not. We're going to do that one, and that's why we'll have this map. Now over here we're going to put our condition together. So here we'll say map, and inside this here we'll have type. So we'll see that for users, there is, for certain user, what kind of type does he or she belong to. So we get that type value from our validated object. Remember, as I said earlier, it saves all the validated fields with certain values, what is coming from our front end. So definitely first we're gonna go ahead and check whether this type exists with a certain user or not. Now here we'll also have OpenID. So here there's our OpenID. Now this is OpenID is coming from our Google front end, and that is unique. And we'll also check if there is a user. Now actually with this we are going to see that if there is a user in our database for these two sections, okay, for these two conditions. So over here we're going to look for a user. So here we'll say user, and then we'll have this user model, okay, and where we would say, okay, use this condition map and find the user. If there is a match, get me the first one. It's like this. Now of course you could ask, where is this user coming from? Now before I go ahead and tell you, it is already here imported, because previously actually we were using this user model. Now where is this actually? Now this is auto created once you create a Laravel application, and in general it's inside HTTP, well, inside app folder, inside models folder, and here is this, okay, actually. And now this model has to do with our database. Now if you have a database table, and your database table, you have a table named, in your database you will have a table named users, and then for that users in your PHP or Laravel end you will have a model, okay. The model would be responsible for mapping the fields to the database table. It works exactly the same way when you create a model for Flutter frontend and feed data to it, which means you create an object using the field. So over here we do the same thing. So here this one user has been created automatically for everyone, okay. All right, so now over here we need to do a bit of setup. Well, one of the things we are going to do over here, so here we have this fillable properties. This means that this could be mass assigned, so at a time we would be able to assign them. And now I'm not going to add anything new over here, but in hidden field over here I'm going to add a new one. So that's called OpenID. So we'll have OpenID from frontend, and this one we don't want it to be visible to the user when they do a query. So this is more like for security issues. And with fillable, users would be able to assign them at the same time. The one that not here, those are not assignable. Anyway, about fillable, hidden, and guard, I have another tutorial on Laravel tutorial, so you can go ahead and check that. Anyway, so we're gonna keep it for now, and in future we might change a bit over here. So I'm going to save this one now, okay. All right, so yeah, we have to look in our database table, which is user, using this condition whether the user has OpenID, which means coming from Google, and a certain type. Now you do remember that for type itself over here, so we'll have email, phone, Google, Facebook, Apple, like that. So those are the type we'll have, and each type will have an integer like 1, 2, 3, 4, and this would also be coming from frontend, but we don't have for now. We'll have them soon. Now first to check whether user has logged in or not, whether user has already logged in or not, whether user has already logged in or not. So that's the first thing we want to do. So over here, whatever the data is given, like this will return as data from Laravel. So over here we'll check on that. So here we'll use empty function, and we'll see if user exists or not for that one, okay. So that also means that if user has an ID or not. Now this ID property is automatically coming from our database table. It's already there, the ID, is whatever it returns every column from our database table for certain user. So if there is an ID exist with this type in OpenID, it means there is an user. But if it doesn't exist, which is empty means it doesn't exist. So we have to save the user in the database. Empty means does not exist. Then save the user in the database for first time. Okay, so this is for first time. So over here we'll have else, which would be for like a second time. Okay, anyway, so with this we are sure that this certain user has never been in our database. Okay, this certain user has never been in our database. Okay, so that's the first thing you have to know. All right, anyway, so then if the user is not, our job is to assign. So our job is to assign the user in the database. Okay, that's what we do. And to do that, first we'll create a ID for the user. Okay, so over here we'll get the validated field and we'll add a new field to it. So with the field name, we'll call it token. In general, if you create a new ID for your user, you will call it token. And we're gonna do hashing MD5 and unique QID, this one, and then over here we are going to call the rand function from it, and then we'll give it a range from 10,000 to 999,000, like that. Okay, so with this it would be able to assign us a token. Now what is this token? This token is like user ID, so you have to remember that this token is user ID. So of course in default, every time you save a record, create a new record and save in the database, it automatically has the ID field which is auto incremented. But in our case, we'll still keep it, but we are not going to use it, and we'll not use this one for communication because this is risky. If I can guess certain user ID is 1, then a hacker, if he can guess my ID is 1, he'd be automatically guess so there is ID 2, and which is very risky. So things like that we are going to avoid over here. All right, and right after this over here, okay, we gave it a token. This token is user ID. We want to save it, but at the same time we want to create another new field over here, so which is called a created at. So this field will give it a value, okay, and it would be coming from our Carbon package in Laravel. So let's do that. All right, so at the top we need to make sure that Carbon is imported. If you don't have, go ahead and import this Carbon. All right, otherwise we'll get error. So this is for saving the time when the user has logged in. Okay, user logged in, user first time created. All right, and after that over here, what are you going to do? You're going to actually save the user in database, and then after saving the user in database, actually we'll get the ID number. We need that, and I'll explain why. And we'll use user, this model, and then over here this is an Eloquent, and it has a method which is called insert get ID, and then here we'll have validated. Okay, now we know that this validated method will have, this validated field will have all the values. Okay, over here validated will have all the user field values we can save in the database, right, like that. Okay, so it has all the values. So what I do, we call this function which is insert get ID. So it'll insert in the database, which means saving, and then return the ID. Okay, so it returns the ID, of the row, right? Okay, and right after that over here, what are you going to do? We are going to, now what I said that returns the ID of the row after saving. So after saving, all right, now what's going to happen over here? So we get the ID, so, and it already saved, right? Now we're going to do another, we're going to create another variable. Okay, so with this user info, like this. So this user info is the total user information after saving in the database. Okay, but we need to query for that. So user where, now here we'll have ID should match. So here we'll have this equal sign, which means it should match. And then over here we'll have this user ID variable, the one that we created. All right, okay. Remember, with this we return the user ID. Okay, just to return the user ID means column, not this one. And now we are looking for this user ID, which is the ID which matches in our database column, in our database row, and then it would return all the information, which means that the whole row for a certain user. And then this is the one that we can return to our front end. We don't get confused. Up to this, it just returns the user ID after saving. And now over here, we retrieve it again and return information. All right, great. Hopefully it makes sense. Now over here, I'm going to create a variable which is called access token. Access token, and this is very important. And this is where we are going to use Laravel Sanctum API. Now over here, we would do user info with this one, and here it would create a token for us, and we can create. Now for creating token, you can pass a random string, but in our case we are passing this one, which is even better. And after this, over here we are going to return it as a plain text, like that, plain text token. Make sure that our spelling is correct. I think users all the information. All right, okay. Now this is the token. Now this token is actually used for validation, whether the user has logged in and then user has registered or not. Now of course, one thing that, because we are doing Google login, so in our case create user also means registration. That also means a login. Okay, it's a little bit different, which also means that we are not going to use this one in this case. Anyway, so now over here it would create a token and then return it to us, and then we save it in this field over here. Now what are you going to do over here? You're going to create well, actually saving. So over here we do user info. Now over here it'll have a field which is called access token. Access token. Now it doesn't exist yet. We are going to create it later, and here we'll assign the value. So in our database table there would be a field access token. So whatever the token is created through Sanctum, for us we are going to save it. So every time user first time register or login will have a token. Of course, this token would be created every time a user logs in. Okay, and this is where the secure communication happens. The old user would not, the old token would not be used anymore. Anyway, so after this we can just simply return a response like this. So I'm going to copy this one and actually put it here. All right, so status true, user created successfully. Now over here, instead of returning the token over here, we just return data. And what is this data? Actually, this data would be over here. The one is our user information. So here, user info. Now, user info contains all the information from our database for a certain user. Now I'm going to save this. All right, so well, this is so far so good. We still need to continue to work here, and I guess okay, we can still keep that. So we'll work more on the next tutorial. Okay, so this is so far happens for a user that has never logged in, never used our system, which means they have never registered. Now what if they have already done it? So this condition will not be true. So in that case, what do you want to do? In that case, you just want to generate one more access token, because the practice is each time a user logs in, you want to generate a token for that, and that's it. It doesn't matter what user is that. It has to be always a new new token. So we have to get the token. So here we'd say create token, this one, and then we pass unique. All right, that's it. And after that we get plain text token, this one. All right, and at the same time over here we are going to assign it, because it's a new token, so we need to assign it to our user field. So over here we are going to do like this. So user info, and access token, this one, as access token. All right, and after that we are over here returning this. Okay, so we still return the same thing over here, and then here you want to say user logged in successfully, and over here you don't want to create the token anymore, you just simply return it because we have already created one at the top. So we would do like this over here, user info, and with this we're good. User logged in successfully, user info. And one more thing that is missing over here is this one. I have to add another query builder with this, which is first. Okay, you don't want to get all the users, you just want to get the first user which matches with this condition over here. All right, so now with this pretty much we are done over here. And now the next step is to have to go to our database and add some of these fields over here, like you know, type, OpenID, things like that. So let's open up our database. So that should be inside our XAMPP folder, or XAMPP app actually, not XAMPP folder. So if you're over here, you can come to this admin section, MySQL admin tab, click on this. And over here, this is the one that we are using, Laravel. All right, and this is the users table that I was talking early. Now it has some columns over here. These are the columns. So it already has ID, name, email, password, a few of this. So we are going to add a few more for now, but in future we have to add more. Now one of the things we want to add first, so let's see if we can add. Okay, we'll be adding avatar, and we'll be adding type, we would be adding access token, we'd be adding phone number, and password is already there. And yes, so these are the few fields. As well as we also want to add another one which is deleted. So that one and this, with this would be good. So now let's go ahead and have 5 over here, and let's create them after password. You can choose any section, it doesn't matter. So we are going to create them. Now over here, first one is avatar, and the type would be virtual over here, and we'll give it a length of 1000 characters. It could be pretty long, so that's why. And default value over here, so default value, we'll keep it as it is. And after that, over here we're going to have type. Now type is, we'll have as int over here, and 1, and over here this is, we'll also keep it the same over here. And then for access token, this one, and this would be definitely our virtual type. So select virtual and 80 characters, and then over here we're gonna add deleted at this one. And for this one we are going to use a different one. Let's say timestamp or date time, this one. And over here the last one should be phone, and our phone number would be as a string, so that would be like virtual type, say 20. And after this we are gonna save them, and well, it looks like it worked. And over here for deleted section, and here we said null, yes. So for now we'll keep it like this, but if you want you can also change it. You can, instead of using default null, you can also use current timestamp, it would go ahead like this. But once again, once we go ahead and update it later, we'll see that we'll fill in this data form, okay, if it is when we submit a form. So it doesn't really matter, but there is a workaround of this. So you have to set up your configuration of MySQL, and I'm not going to touch that one. Now with this here, it looks like that it works. So first, to make it work, you can select as null as a yes, and later on, once this is done, then you can change it back to null as no, and also set the default value as current timestamp. So with this, our basic database setup is done. Next, we'll do a basic practice or test actually from Postman, and we'll see how it goes. In this section, we'll do basic test from Postman, and once the test is done, we'll go back to our Flutter framework and Flutter app actually, and then we'll start working from there as well. So since we are going to do a test, make sure that your server is running, make sure you're in the right directory, and then after that you can open up your Postman. Now over here, this is my collections over here, and this was everything I had yesterday. So I'm going to create a new one, and over here it would be a post method, and I'm going to have this one. So for now, this is our endpoint, and then we'll find our body over here and form data, and inside this, what we'll do, we'll say here name, and just fill up random information, and then here we'll have email, and then we'll say a@a.com. Now for now would be fun about it, and here we see that, okay, 401, sorry, let me find it. So here we do see that 401, and at the same time it says status false, so validation error, and avatar is required, type is required, OpenID is required, and this email is taken. This is beautiful because we see that over here. First, these are the things that's required, and our user tables email is unique as well. It has to be, so that's why it says that this email has been taken, and over here it returns as this. Now what are you going to do? We are going to have type, OpenID, and avatar. These are the few things that it says that they're required, so we are going to send them over here. So here we do avatar, and then for now xyz at it is just xyz.com. It could be anything, a random URL for your avatar. And then over here, what else we need to see? So we do have type over here. Let's go ahead and check on type, and then we'll see, say, type 2, and would also send an OpenID from here, OpenID, and then over here we're gonna give it well, I think this most probably should be a random string that would be coming from Google. So after a few of this, we're gonna hit send, and this time it'll say that email has been taken. All right, and then here we'll have B, so let's make it unique, and we'll see that, okay, so now here it says that OpenID column not found. Okay, so it says that column not found, OpenID. Now let's go back to our XAMPP server over here, go to this admin section. So this was our database over here, and let's check on this columns over here. All the things it says that OpenID, it couldn't find OpenID. Yes, so I feel like yes, we missed this one. So right after type, we are going to create a new one, and we'll name it OpenID over here, and we'll give it a virtual type over here, virtual, and let's give it a length 80, and then we're gonna just save it. And then if you come over here on Postman and let's hit it, it says that call to undefined function. So this is the function, one of the functions that actually we are trying to use at the top over here. So we need this function, and make sure that our spelling is correct. Okay, so we have a bit of correction issue over here. So I think I had a typo somewhere, so let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, I think it's wrong over here. Unique ID, and make sure it's same over here. Okay, we saved it, and now we'll go back to our over there, and now here is unknown token. Okay, so we also forgot to create a token field. So yeah, that's the problem. But anyway, so we're gonna go ahead and fix them. So here we'll create token, and right after this ID, they should be in the same place, I guess. And then we'll name it token, and it would be virtue, and give it a length value of 100 characters, and let's save it. Well, so Postman is a great tool sometimes for debugging. It just helps you. Now let's try with this. Okay, so here we do have problem with password. So it doesn't have a default value, which we didn't assign at all. So let's go ahead and do that over here. So this is coming from here, and then here we'll say 1 2 3 4 5 6, and with this hopefully we'd be able to all right. So here it says that password doesn't have a default value. So of course we have the password field, but we are not submitting any value for it. Now to be able to work with this, we need to do this one over here. Actually, we have to have a password field. As you see that we are not using password over here, so that's for validation issues. So earlier we didn't do it. Now here we say required, and over here you could also tag like say minimum. So minimum main 6, so which means it has to be minimum 6 characters. So now let's go ahead and save it, and now do Postman. And first I'm going to reduce one, and I'm just going to use 5 characters, and we'll see what it says. Okay, and also we have access token, which is not here. So okay, well, here it says that access token doesn't have a default value, so we need to fix this. Now why this has happened, the reason is because when you try to submit in the database over here, it tries to submit, as I said before, but as it tries to submit, it finds that access token, the one that this field, should not be empty. So that's the problem. Now one way to work with this is to we go back to our database over here, and inside this column, now we are here this access token, and we're gonna set default value to null, and we're gonna save it. So right now we can, yes, it could be default, and as it could be null as well. Now over here I'm going to change this one for phone as well, otherwise we'll have error again. And then okay, so with this we should be able to submit it, but there should be other problems as well, so that's why I want to take care of them now. One of the things that we want to do, we also need to actually work on the password itself. So before submitting the password, you want to encrypt it. So encrypt password. All right, so over here we'll have this validated, and then here we'll say password. And for password encrypting, we're going to use the hash library of Laravel, and from hash we're going to invoke this make method, and from validated, whatever the password has been provided by the user. So we use that one, and make sure that at the top you have this hash facades. Actually it's a facade. Now it should be there. Okay, so with this we'd be able to encrypt our password. All right, so then we go ahead and save it, and then we get the first user, and then we create a token. Now this token we want to save it in the database. In that case we could do like this. So we can just get the user model, and then where we look for the user based on the ID. Now the ID is the current ID that is equal to user ID. So here we'll have user ID, which is this one, the one that returned. And then over here we do update method, and over here we want to access the access token field, that one. Okay, and then we want to assign this access token, and that's it. And then so make sure you have this one, and then you also have this one, and make sure that you don't have any type over here. Update, the braces should be outside, and then inside this braces we have this one. So make sure that your format is correct, otherwise you will have error, this sign over here. Okay, I'll make sure everything is correct over here. Now we are going to save it over here, and then I'm going to find my so now I'm going to hit enter, and here we already see that we have 200, which means that user has been created successfully. This is the token, and this is the access token that we have tried. Now if we go to try to hit it one more time, we'll see that this email has been taken. Great. So with this we are logging in done first time, and next we'll see how to work with this section over here as well. Alright, so now we are able to log in, and we also see that if the user has been already logged in or registered or not. So that's what we see. Now we need to take it one step further. First, as I said earlier, that if the user never logged in, we go to this condition. Otherwise we fall back to this condition. So over here I would like to put a comment where it says that user has already logged in, like that. User preview has logged in, like that. Okay, all right. And then we still have to save the user information in a sense, because we want to save this token. Well, even if you don't save this token, actually that's fine, because Laravel automatically saves this token, the one that is generated. Anyway, so now over here we're gonna replace this one with other information. Now this variable user info, this is inside this block, so which means we can't use that, but we have a variable at the top which what says user, so we can use that one. So instead of user info we can just do user. Here the same thing. All right, and then over here we don't have user ID anymore, and over here we also don't have this ID, so this is the problem. But we can still change this. Over here we could say open ID. So open ID is saved in our database, so we can get that one. And then here we'll have this validated object, and inside this we'll get OpenID, the one that's been coming from our front end. So with this, if the user tries to log in next time, we generate a new token that be saved automatically, and then we update our database. Now this is saved somewhere. This is called personal access token table, which we have seen before. And after that, over here we just return it. Now let's go ahead and save it. And this time, if you go ahead and run it, you'll see one more error, that email has been taken. Now there is this problem because we are using the same method, create user, for both registration and login. So we have to remove this. So we have to remove that, and with this we'd be able to know and make sure that we can pass through this validation. Now the earlier method, the one that we did a bit early, those are the common logins method, because in general first you will have a method for registration and then you will have a method for login. But in our case, since we are doing Google login, there is no registration. Just you register with the Google itself, actually, not really with our server. So once Google registration has been done, then we just log in over here. So that's why it's a bit different. But in classic way, you'd create a user, register a user, and then log in. And in that case, your email has to be unique, the one that we had over here. And we also don't need to check this kind of condition. Actually, we can just directly go ahead and do this and just to return a result to the user. Anyway, so now over here we are going to go and test it, and this time user logged in successfully. So we go back to the last condition over here, so where it says user logged in successfully, and then at the same time we also see our token, the access token that's been created over here like this. So yeah, which means that it's already working. Now if this is working, then we can try to go ahead and use it from our Flutter frontend, but that also means that in frontend section we also need to write a bit of code, because frontend section doesn't have the code to communicate with backend yet. Okay, here we are, and now our app is running and we are in frontend, and this is the time actually we need to go ahead and work with our API connection with the backend. Now over here, one of the things we could do, just to go ahead and restart everything. We don't need any of this. We just need to find our sign-in controller, and that's all. So let's look for our sign-in controller. So we'll have sign-in controller, this one. And over here, actually, we want to realize our logic. Now, this is the place actually where if the user exists, which means that if the user is not null, over here we want to do a lot of steps. But this logic actually will save and remove them from here, save in another place. So one of the things you want to do first, if the user is gotten from the Google, which means that it was able to successfully log in Google server first, then here one thing we could do, we can save this information. So here we do string, and then here we display name and user dot display name. Now this is totally coming from Firebase. After logging into the Google side, over here string email and user.email, this one, and then here string ID and user.uid. Now this is the one that actually I was talking earlier to save as our open ID, and we're going to print that and see what it is. And here we'll have photo URL, and then here user.photo URL, this one. Now a few of the things we could print right now over here, we'd say user open ID because we already saved it. And then here we could also do print user photo URL, and then here we just do photo URL. Okay, all right, so that's what we are going to do. Now I'm going to restart it, and over here I'm going to go there and log out first, and now we're going to log in first, and then we'll see that those information exist. Because we need to know some of this information, then it would make more sense. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now let's go ahead and import it, and over here you see that here it says that our open ID, which is coming from Google, and which is actually more like a key, and this is useful. Now we do see that we don't have any avatar. Now that's mostly because most probably on after logging in with Google we don't have any, at least for myself, but we're going to have to check that on later, that why it's missing. But with this it wouldn't stop us from doing the API building. So I'm gonna put it here for later fixing. Anyway, so now let's go ahead. So with this means that we are getting OpenID. Right, great. So I'm going to remove that, and we don't need this. Now, of course, this OpenID, the one that we are talking, and would be saving in our database. All right, so now this is the information that we got from Google. Now we need to create a model, and in the model we'll save this information and pass around so that it becomes easy to maintain. As right now we need to send this information to the server, but there is no way to send it. One of the ways to send is like sending all these strings, but that becomes messy and it's hard to maintain. So we have to create a model, and using that model we are going to have to create an object, and we'll use that object to talk between the server. But of course we also need to be able to convert that object to JSON object before we send it to the server. So what I'm trying to say, if you ever send information from front end to back end, especially a lot of fields like this, a lot of them, you want to make a model, and using that model you will create an object, and object will have two JSON method. Before you send, you have to convert it to two JSON method. Why? Because server only receives JSON information most of the time. There are other media, but for API connection, API communication in general, you want to send JSON to it. Okay, so our first thing is to convert all of them to an object. Once we have the object, then we'll convert them to JSON object, and then we'll send it to the server. Now over here I'm going to open up our folder, and inside this we'll see inside the lib folder, inside common, and inside entities. Okay, all right, so here we do see that we have this user class actually. Now this user class actually has the model, so which means that we don't need to work on them, it's already given there. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly walk you through that what's happening over here. So this is the model class that we are going to use. Over here you see we have this type, username, if we have any description, user description, email, phone, avatar, OpenID, whether the user is online or not. Okay, so we create a constructor with this. Okay, and as we create the constructor, some of these fields could be optional, so we don't need to send all of them. So here it says that optional named parameter. Because of this we already learned it. And then there is also this JSON method. So before we send information to the server, first we'll create an object, and for that object we'll create this method. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So this is the first one that we are going to use. Now we are not yet directly ready to use that. So here we need to get this something called, the class that we have over here. So login request entity, which is this class, and for this class we are going to create a variable. We'll call it login request entity, and then we'll just simply call login request entity. All right, so once this is done, actually I'm going to get this login request entity and then avatar, and then over here I'm going to assign here photo URL. Okay, if you want you can also directly do it inside the constructor, that would work as well. Because why it works without passing and creating an object, why it works, we're not passing anything, but we have this fields over here. Remember, these are all optional. Once you wrap them around curly braces, this becomes optional. And here you also mentioned that these are optional with this question marks. So everything is optional, but if you want you could also be able to do that inside from this, and it worked the pretty much same. So here login request entity dot name. So here we'll assign display name, the one that we got from Google, and login request entity email. Here we'll assign email, the one we got from Google and also we used for login, and login request entity dot OpenID. Now what is this over here? Now OpenID is the ID like this one, and a login request entity dot type. We have to use a type over here, and our type is 1. So here type 1 means email login, type 1 means email login. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, and then we are done. So with this, actually this object would hold every information, the one that we need. Now some of the information like being online we are not using, and that's fine because this is optional. All the fields are optional, so you don't need to have all of this. Okay, so like even phone number is being optional, so that's fine. All right, so with this we are almost done over here because we have everything ready. Now we need to work on passing this information back to our server. Yes, and so far we don't have any method to connect with the server, so we'd come over here and right below it we are going to create a new method over here. Let's see. Okay, now right below this one. So over here we'll call it void asyncPostAllData. Over here we'll be posting data, but we want to get this login entity object as well because this is the one that contains all the information. So for here we need to import a plugin and its related API. Now we are going to open up the terminal over here, and then we are going to install a package. Let's see. Here we do Flutter pub add Flutter easy loading. I think this is the package. Yes. Now we're gonna open up pubspec.yml file, and we see that the package is installed here. Beautiful. Now at the top here I would do easy loading dot show, not show toast, show over here. Now inside this we can pass an indicator and circular progress indicator circular. Let's try it one more time. Circular progress indicator, this one. And the other property is something called mask type, easy loading, mask type, clear. I think that means that not covering it with anything, but that's not important. We just want the easy loading icon from here, and that's the only thing we care. Now at the top I might have an issue with this, so I removed that. That was a wrong import. Now let's come over here. So with this it would try to load. All right, and it would start loading, and then over here we can declare a variable var result. Now inside this actually we need to get our API. Now let's see over here inside common, and if we come over here, actually we don't have our API for that one because this is just a base response entity, and over here for chatting, so we don't have any API currently that can help us to connect with the backend. Now this is where we need to start our own method, which is having our own repository to work with this. So here we'll have a method like this. We'll create a class which we'll call user API, and then here we'll have a method which we would call login, and inside login actually we'll pass parameters, the one that we have over here, this one, and then we just simply pass it. But of course we don't have it, so we'll get error. So in next step we'll see how to go ahead and build this one. Now for building this, we'll come inside our folder, and inside this common folder over here we are going to create a new folder, and we'll call it APIs, and then inside this we'll have a file, and we'll call it user.api.dart, and inside this we are going to create a class. So let's go ahead and create a class, and we'll call it user API. So we are building our own class, which is like more like a repository that's working over here. Now here we'll have a login method. So this is the one that we'll be calling. Inside login method, we'll have, so this is the body, but over here actually we want to pass two things. One is the parameters that I told you, and that type is login request entity. So here login request entity, but we make it optional. Okay, so with this login request entity we are passing. Now we need to go ahead and work with our post method. Now over here we do var response, and over here we'll have a method like this, await, and then it would call http util like this, and then it'll have a post method, and inside the post method we'll point to our endpoint and pass this on at the same time. Now our endpoint would be like this: API login, and after that here we'll send query parameters, this one, and params dot to JSON to param dot, I think it should be params here. Okay, dot to JSON. Now of course this doesn't exist over here yet. http util. Of course any of this doesn't exist yet, so we need to work on our own library. It's like we're building our own library. So in next section we'll see how to create this http util class, and inside this we'll have post method, and then it would work. Okay, so first we are going to create a class, and that class would be responsible for holding all of our repositories, which means that our post request, get request, delete request, update request. Now inside this we'll create a folder first, and we'll call it utils, and inside this we're going to create a file, and we'll call the file http util.dart like this. All right, now inside this we are going to create a singleton class. So over here we'll have class http util, and here, now what is singleton? Previously we have done this singleton class with storage service. We'll create it one more time, because with singleton class you get to have only one instance of your class, and sometimes it's better and safer. For example, storage, for storage you want to have one class. You don't want to create many different references or objects which may point to different places in memory, and which could cause data not being the same, or you can't have the data even though you saved it, but you can't find because there are different objects that points to different places. With the singleton we maintain just one object of this class or instance of this class throughout your app. So that's why we should create it. Now here we'll have the static, and then here we'll create a constructor. So the way we create a singleton class, first you have to create a class, and you have to create a variable. You can name it instance, actually you can name it anything. And then here you have to once again have this http util, this class name, and then here you create a constructor. Once again, this constructor actually could be anything. Now so far we'll have error, but don't worry, we'll take care of this. Now here we'll create a factory constructor, and then here we'll have http util, and after that we can just simply go ahead and return it like this. So here we do return instance. Okay, now we have this error, and to get rid of this error actually we have to create this constructor over here. So here we'd say http util and internal, and then we have to create the body of this, and with this the error should be gone. I think we can make it final over here. All right, now inside this, actually, if you have your things to initialize, you do it inside this. Now, what are the things that we should initialize? Okay, of course, over here we are going to use dev package. So we need to go ahead and install this for communication with the server. So over here we would do Flutter pub add dev, this one, and with this we'll have a dev package installed in our pub spec and in our dependencies. Okay, I think we are done. And after this, over here at the top, we'll create a variable, and it would be dev type variable, late dev, like this. Now you need to import it, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, great. Now some of the parameters that we need to do it inside this. For example, over here, first you want to get base options, which is coming from dev over here, base options, and we'll call the variable name options, and here we'll have base options. All right, and inside this, actually, we are going to set up many options, and this constructor internal would help us actually to instantiate everything when this gets called first time. So for example, what is the thing that you want to initialize? So base URL. So in our case, for example, base URL, maybe something like this. For now, we're going to put this one 127.0.0. and 800, like this. It could be our base URL, but later on we'll change it. Now there is a connection timeout, so and after that, here we'll have received timeout, so waiting for response after getting connection. And then here we do duration and seconds, also 5 seconds. And here we'll have headers option, and headers would be in a map, but for now we're going to keep it empty because we'll have our own headers from a different place. And at the same time, over here we want to assign our content type. So here, content type, so the content type that you are passing to server, as well as you would be receiving from server. So you need to mention that, and what kind of format you are sending this content to server. You also have to mention that in general that is UTF-8 type. All right, and the response type, this one, you are telling that, okay, I can give you data, but once you give me response back, so response type has to be JSON. So with this basic setup, actually, we are almost ready to use our dev package. Now over here, you see dev is late, so which means that we have to initialize. And how to initialize over here? So here we could do dev and dev options. Of course, I think it should get inside this over here, so that the first time this gets called, they will get initialized, and it's beautiful. So with this, first when this class get initialized, then the constructor will get called, and then everything would get initialized. So these are basic requirements how to talk to the server. So it would be future type, since it's a post method and we need to wait after posting the data. And then inside this, we'll have like this. First, we have to have a path, which is our endpoint. And after that, over here inside this, we can have some optional parameters. All right, now with this, we can reformat our code. Well, I think we are not ready to reformat yet. So we have to put some information inside this. And as well as over here, we need to return things, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, anyway, so now inside this, return, well, so we need to have this return object over here, and how to get this one. Now, to be able to return inside this, as we are here, inside this, first we are going to create an object. and that object would be deo type. So here we do var response, and then over here await deo.post. This is the method that we would be calling from our deo object, and inside this over here, first it says that we need to have async, and it's gonna put async there, and then over here we have to have something, so we're gonna pass path object, the one that we have at the top. Okay, now after this over here, one more thing that we need to do over here, and that could be, say, dynamic data. So it is like passing a body to our post method, and right over here actually we can just simply return response.data, things like that. But of course we still need to work on this, or we can also just simply return response. I guess it should work the same. Now after this actually we can format our data, and which looks actually much better. So this is the original form. Okay, now so these are the things. Okay, one thing that we definitely have to pass data as a path, which is our endpoint, and then we have this dynamic data, and after that we can also pass query parameters, and that would be map type. So over here we'll have string and dynamic, and we'll give it a name. So the name would be query parameters like this. Okay, now one more time we formatted it. So these are the few things. Now inside the query parameters we'll pass the JSON data, the data that we are trying to post. Now let's come over here inside this, and inside this actually we need to make changes to be able to use it. So the path is the first thing, and then you might have your data. So over here data assigned to data property. Now if you hover over on this, so it has this path, data, query parameters, options, a lot of things, but path is a must one, others are all optional. So that means you may send, you may not send. Over here we'll have query parameters, and we'll assign query parameters to it. All right, and yeah, that's it. Now with this you'd be able to almost ready to use this one. Now inside this you do see that you assign data. These are the information that we are passing to our server, and we'll get response from our server. And what kind of response we are expecting? We are expecting data. Now this data would be coming from our data field, the one that we have in our server. When we return a JSON response, we know that we have the data field. So that's the data field that eventually we want to return, because that data field contains our information. All right, so that means that with this actually we are almost ready to make a call to our server. Now to be able to do that, we need to go back to this section over here. All right, and now here all we need to do, we need to import the library, and this one again, and this one again. All right, so one of the things we could do right away, well, looks like we also need to put this async tag modifier here. All right, so one of the things we could do, and which we should do, right after this, we can simply go ahead and print our response. So response to string, this one. All right. Okay, and yeah, that's it. So now we need to find a way to call this, and where to call this from. Now previously we were in over here, and we said that we are going to call it from here, and that should just work. So let's go ahead and import user API over here, and async modifier on the login. So make sure that login method is login method. Now login method might not work yet because you want to return something. So over here it looks like we want to return over here. Now let's hover over on this. Okay, it's not about being returning two issues. First, it should be params. Let's fix that. Error is gone. And here it says that it should be a static method. So let's go ahead and put static over here. All right. And with this, the error should be gone. Now, all we need to do, we need to go ahead and call it from here. Call it from here. So how to do that? So here we'll call async load all post data, and you're passing this one over here. Okay, great. And for now, we don't want to navigate to anywhere after logging because we want to debug. Okay, so of course, if you go ahead and try to work, it is still not going to work yet. Okay, one of the things we need to do, first we need to log out from here. So let's log out, and let's come over here. Okay, great. All right, so now this is the time actually we can go ahead, post data, and see whether it works or not. Now, to be able to do that, you need to make sure that your server is running. So over here we'll see how to work with this post method and how to connect our backend and this Flutter app together and post a response and get it back. Now, first thing you have to do, you have to come into your user API. Well, I think this one over here, because we have this base options. Now, inside base options, actually, we need to set up a few of this, which we already did. Now, over here, base URL, we need to mention the base URL. So what is our base URL? Now over here, I'm going to open up my backend, and actually our over here base URL is coming from this one over here. So I'm running this on localhost, and this is the localhost address. Now if you're on Mac, you would be able to see that if you go to network tab, and you'll see that this is the IP address. And if you are on Windows, just type in ipconfig in command line, and you're good to go. So if you do ipconfig, it would be like this, ipconfig. Okay, just this command line on the terminal, then you're good to go. And after that, you just do php artisan serve, host, your IP address and port. Hit enter, it should be running. All right. Now back to our front end over here. So whatever this one over there was running, this address, we need to copy it and post it over here. So I'm gonna put it there. Okay, we don't need so many of them. All right, let's save it. But even before we try it from Flutter framework, let's try it on our browser. So this is our browser, and this is our app which is running, and previously we also had a backend, if you remember. So you'd also be able to go to the admin section, so which means that this IP address is working, and you should be happy with that one. All right, okay, great. So that's the first thing. All right, and then before we do further operation, we need to come to this main.dart over here, and inside this material app we need to set up another property which is called builder property, and inside this we need to initialize easy loading dot init. We need this because in sign-in controller, if you see over here in sign-in controller, we'd be using easy loading, but before you use easy loading, it should be initialized. Okay, so there should be an entry point. So this is the entry point. Okay, great. And after that, okay, we are good over here, and then here, that's fine, so far so good. Well, eventually this is pointing to this method over here. Now, one thing we could do over here, we could do print and say my response data is over here. We could simply just do like this, response dot respond to a string. All right, so that's what we want to do. Okay, great. All right, and let's save everything. I'm going to restart, and after that over here we do Dylan dbstack.com, and here we'd say 1 2 3 4 5 6. It's beautiful. Okay, right. Now over here we do see some errors. Here we would say that well, we do have a problem with the slash over here, so let's go ahead and put the slash, as you can see. All right, now let's save it, and let's save it one more time. Hot reload, it should be gone. Okay, it is gone. Now let's hit it one more time, and one more time. We also have problem over here. Well, it did look like I didn't update, even though I had this API over here. So it looks like it's not taking effect. So in that case, I'm going to restart everything so that it takes effect. So here we do Dylan at dbstack.com, and here we do 1 2 3 4 5 6, and here we are. Okay, great. Now here it says that status code of 404, and that's very normal for us. The reason is because you see here our endpoint is login, but if you go to VS Code and if you see our API.php file, oops, not like this, API.php file over here, and you will see that our endpoint is auth register. Okay, so previously we had our endpoint like this for test purpose, but I don't want to change it over here. I want to change it over here. So instead of register, I just want to call it register. Okay, login. So I'm going to remove this, and then I'll call it login. And for now we don't need this method, so I'm just gonna skip this. I'm going to have to put it here. All right, I'm going to do fresh reload or restart one more time, and we'll see how it goes. All right. Okay, and there is another problem. Now this time we get 401. 401, of course, here it says that invalid request. Now from here we could understand it could be this one. It could be this one over here, but how to verify that? Now the first thing here we want to do over here is like this. We want to create our own return JSON response, or response, and then we'll get the JSON method from it, and after that inside this we'll put an array, associative array, and this is just for test purpose. Now over here I want to put status true. Okay, and after that, okay, I don't think we need this outside, we already have it inside. Okay, and over here we say data, my data, like this, and message. And then over here I want to put the status code as a 200. Now with this, what's going to happen? Well, this is something, if we can just hit this endpoint, we'd be returning. That's all. We are not posting anything. We are not validating anything. Well, then the purpose is that what we learn from this, that yes, we are able to hit our endpoint from Flutter framework. Yes, previously we have done it through Postman, but Postman is still different than connecting from Flutter framework. All right. So I'm going to stop it here now, and I'm going to do login one more time. Yes, now we do see that over here my response data is this, which is coming from here, so which means that it's working. And at the same time, we can also print my status code is response.statuscode to string. And then we're going to hit login one more time. So here, we do see that our status code is 200. Well, that means we have problem over here in this validation. So we can just get rid of this one and we are good to go. So now I'm going to save it. So the problem is that we have errors here and how to work with this. Okay, so now our job is to find out what causes this error from here, because we know that we are able to validate them. We are able to hit the endpoint. We know that works. Now, a few of the things that we could simply go ahead and do like this. For example, say I'm gonna remove password, and I'm also gonna remove, say, avatar. And now I'm going to come over here and do the restart one more time. And okay, and if we do that, let's go ahead and do that, and we'll see how it goes. All right. Now here it says that invalid return status code 500. So this time we get 500. That also means that over here we are passing this validation, but this one we can confirm one more time over here. So here we can just simply go ahead and return response JSON, and then inside this simply would say status true, user, this one, whatever the data is there, if there is any data. And then over here would say message past validation. That's what it will say. And over here we'll have a response code 200 status code. And after this we are going to go ahead and check it one more time. Okay, so I'm going to stop this, and then I'm going to hit it one more time. And here, okay, here it says that sure, we get a response, status true, data null, message past validation 200. So with this, that means that over here, if we take out avatar and password, it works. And then over here, data is null because it couldn't find any data, so we don't have any input. But earlier we had a 500. That's because over here it is trying to say password, but we don't have any password, so that's one of the problem. Of course, right now we can take out a password because actually we are not going to say password in the database anyway. It doesn't make sense because the password is saved in Firebase with Google account, Google console, so we don't need that. So password, we don't need this. That's fine. And over here this avatar thing, so that means that avatar is causing problem. Now how I'm confirmed about that one, if you remember early, actually over here earlier over here we are trying to print URL, and if you remember that URL was wrong. It's not wrong, it was null. So here we say my URL is for to URL. Okay, we remember that this is null, so that was the problem. We confirm that one more time. You hit enter, and then here you see URL is null. So that means that when you come to our backend over here, this avatar, it is required but it is given null, so that's the problem. But of course, if we go ahead and so that means that our avatar is null and we have to submit avatar, and that's actually makes sense. We have to do that. Now earlier over here, if you go to our register.dart over here. This is the register controller, and inside this we are trying to access and register using our email account. And you have seen that as we are doing it over here, we tried to save the name, but we didn't try to save the URL. Now, the way it was trying to log in, the problem is if it doesn't have any URL, so we have to give it our own URL. So what's going to happen after this over here, I'm going to create a string over here. In the string name, I will say photo URL, and then this one would be equal as over here. We'll get our server URL. So what is our server URL? Well, right now we don't have server API URL. Of course, we don't have this, but we'll have one. And then uploads and the default.png. So for now, we'll have this one, but of course this doesn't exist. So what we need to do over here, inside this, we're going to create a new file. Inside this, I'm going to create a new folder, and I will call it values. Okay, it says it already exists. Values over here. Oh, it does. Now over here there is this app_const over here. Now inside this app_const we can declare a static variable, static const string. Now here it would be our server API URL. Over here we need to put our API URL. So currently our API URL is in this file. We know that is this one. So I'm going to copy this one and put it here. All right, so now we can close this, and if you come over here, you don't need this now. So here you can just do app constants, the second one, dot server API URL. That's it. Of course, that's the first one, but it's still over here. We need to import it. We do that. Server API URL. So in that case, we need app constants, the second one. All right. Okay. Now, what is this thing? This uploads folder. Now, previously, actually, if you see, and I think that was our config file, config.php. I think there was that one. Or let me see, file systems.php. I think that was over here, this one. I think we have defined our uploads folder. This is our dedicated disk for storing images. Now we have to have a folder, and actually there is one. So if you come over here, if you see inside public uploads, it should have been auto created as we did that. And then inside this I put a photo image which is called default.png. So this is the default image that we have to have. If you don't have one, drag and drop any default images inside your uploads folder and you should be good to go. So it is there, and at the same time you have to make sure that this uploads folder you are able to access from your browser. Now for this reason, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my constants file, and over here I'm going to copy this. I'll go to my browser. I'll test this, that I can access this image from browser first, and this is easy to debug. So the image is accessible. That means that I should be able to access from the app itself. Okay, so this should be accessible. Now over here, what are you going to do? Await credential dot user and then upload photo URL, this one. So you can set our own photo URL. Okay, so with this we'll have a photo URL ready for the user. But of course, in that case, which means that we have to go to our Firebase console and delete this user and try to log in again, register again. So in our console, we are going to delete the account, and let me delete for both of them. Now I'm going to sign up again one more time over here. So here I would do info.dbstack.com, info.dbstack.com, and then here I'll have password. So it says that it's sent for verification. So here we go, and we click on this, and it would say yes, go ahead and verified. Okay. Now that means that this time we would be able to log in. So here, instead of delete, I'm going to use a new one. All right, and then I'm going to log in. So let's go ahead and log in. All right, so this time it looks like my upload image, which is default, is printed over here, and everything is working. So the problem was this avatar field. Now I can save it, and I'm going to resubmit one more time. And here we do see that, okay, status code is 200. So that means that over here we can come up to here actually. And in fact, we can also return this validated object. And then let's log in. So over here, as you can see that we get everything. We get including our OpenID, this one. So which means that we can pass through our API right now. We can come up to here. So I'm going to remove this, and this is good for debugging actually. And then that means that, well, our user is not in the database. So that means that this time if we go ahead and create a user, and we'll be able to create the token and return the user as well. It's beautiful. So now we'll go ahead and do that. So we'll stop that. And before that, let's make sure about our database. Now this is my database. I have moved the database to my Mac computer, which is convenient for me to well, work with. Let's see, we have users table over here, and then this one. Okay. Now this was previously, I have worked there on my Windows computer, so we have some records. So yes, we don't have any new records over here. These are all the old ones. So let's go ahead and log in, and hopefully we'll see this information in the database right now. Okay, great. Of course, it's not redirecting, and there is a reason why it's not redirecting. But now what are you going to do? We're going to load it one more time, and we'll see that if we can load the users or not. So here we still see 500. So that means, well, we were over here and something went wrong from here. So that returned us 500. Now, one of the things we could do, this one, we can just go ahead and cut it and put it over here. So that would help us to debug that how things are going. So let's try it and we'll see if we can enter the condition. Yes. So that means this line is doing fine. And after that, we can simply go ahead and put it right below there, and let's see if we can hit it up to here. Yes, so that means that we are not able to come up to here. So most probably it was not inserted. Now let's hit it here. I'm sorry. So we're going to hit it here. Okay, we still get 500. So there are errors. So I'm going to cut this one and put it right below this. And this time we'll see how it goes. Okay, right. So what's going to happen up to this point, we get 200. So that means that this one is causing the problem. Now we can also make sure, and we also see from here, well, we have avatar, we have type, we have OpenID, we have name, we have email, we have token, we have created, we have message. Okay, now that could be that some of the database fields over here, like the columns, like we do see that we have deleted at, and some of the fields like phone number, updated at, we don't know their condition. So I'm going to check on their properties, that whether they could be nullable or not. Now here it says that deleted at, so it is nullable, which means that this could have caused the problem because we are not passing this one. And then, okay, we are passing OpenID type nullable that understand avatar nullable password. Okay, so this password field, because we are not passing anything, so it was nullable, but right now it says yes, it could be nullable. And ID, well, this auto generated for us, token, email, verified at. Now I'm going to apply, but if you're on Windows, just make changes we have seen before, and nullable make to nullable, and let's apply. All right, okay, so now I'm going to come over here and I'll make sure that it is saved, and we'll see this time whether we can save the user or not. So let's log in. Okay, well, this time we do see that yes, we get success, and if you check it carefully, here it says the status true, message user created successfully, which means that we're able to hit this part over here, which is beautiful because this login just worked. Now I'm going to log in with another account, do a registration, and that would help us to know whether we were really able to do it or not. And at the same time, before we go ahead, actually, if you come over here, select rows, you should see that it's already inserted. Beautiful. Well, some of the fields are empty, and that's okay. Some of the fields are not empty, like OpenID, token, this kind of thing. So it means it's working actually. All right. So I'm going to sign up one more time using a different account. Well, in this case, actually, I'm just going to say Dylan, and email address is Dylan. My name is not the email address, actually. And I'm going to sign up. So it says email has sent. Okay, so I have verified it on my mobile, so I don't need to open that up, but here I'm going to log in, and then I'm going to click login, and over here, yes, we see this one, and we also see my email address. And if I come over here, if I refresh it, we see there is another email address. That's beautiful. So which means that first time we have successfully logged in from Flutter framework, and we have saved all the information to our database. That's beautiful. Awesome. Okay, now what is the next thing? So after logging in, actually over here, you want to save this data, like in the user storage. Okay, so we need to get this data. We don't want to put it over here. So I'm going to cut this, and then we're gonna put it after this actually. So we're gonna put it over here, but before we put it, actually I want to have a try catch clause over here. Try catch. So if things go wrong, we can catch them, and over here print first we will say saving local storage error e, that to string. And after that, we are going to move our logic over here. So we are also going to remove that, but even before that, I want to wrap this code inside a condition. So here I'll do result dot status code. Now it doesn't have any status code yet. The reason is over here, if you see like this, so we don't want to return this one. All right, so we just want to return the data. And if we come over here, and here actually we want to return something as well. And what to return? Here we would return user login response entity from JSON method, this one. And over here we want to pass response to whatever we have gotten. Okay, now if you go inside this method over here, we'll see that actually this method takes a JSON response, and we do have JSON response. Like this is already JSON response, but it wants inside the JSON response, you'll have to code, message, and data, these three things. But if you look back our file over here, it's not exactly doing the same thing. Data is correct. Now for message itself, we could do like this, msg, so that it is same as over here. And then if you look at this one, we can also return code, and in this case we return code 200. Okay, so with this, our front end and back end, they're all similar, so we will not have any problem. And we'll talk about that a little later. So now let's come over here inside our sign-in controller. So here we can check on the result. So here we'll say if result dot code, because our result will have a code, so we're gonna use that code. So code equal 200. If result and code equal 200, that means that the correct response. Then we're gonna put whatever we had early over here, this try clause method, and then there are other changes that we have to make. The first thing, this storage user token key, you don't want to save this one. You want to save result dot data. We will have data, right? And then we'll have access token, this one. All right, and hopefully it should recognize automatically. Looks like it did not. Okay, now if you come over here, well, there is a typo. If you go to this login section one more time, and if you see this one, it does have we do have like code, data, and message, so that's not a problem. But here data looks like, and everything is nullable, so here we say this data is not null, otherwise we'll get error. Now access token is also not nullable, because if you try to see the access token, which we have seen before inside this user API, inside this user actually, so you see that not this one actually, this method, and from this one, so access token could be nullable, so that's why we set this thing. And okay, that's one. And at the same time, you want to also save global dot storage service, global dot storage service dot set string, and instead this you want to do app constants dot storage user profile key. So over here, the whole user section, which means that every information about this user, we're gonna encode it, and then we'll pass the data. So result dot data, and we say that it's not nullable. So with this, after login, actually we'd be able to save first user, the whole information, as well as user token, and then we navigate to application page. And once we do that, actually after saving over here, we could also do easy loading dot dismiss. That's all. All right, and let's see over here, and if we don't get this, we'll do easy loading anyway. Easy loading dot dismiss, and then toast info here, unknown error. This is the one that we'll have. Okay, great. So let's try to log in this time and whether it works or not. Okay, user exists, and we do see that a bit of problem with null exception is not a subtype of, so we're getting null from somewhere. So user data, now it says that data is null. User API controller from here, from here, from here, so it looks like the data is not coming through. And why? The reason is because over here, because this time you're logging, So this code they have to match. Actually, I'm just going to copy all of this and put it here, and also logged in, and then instead of this we'll say user, because when you try to log in it doesn't fall to this condition, it falls to this condition. So our fields were wrong, so that's why you got an error. Let's try it, and we're gonna stop it, and this time it should work, and looks like it did work and it came here. But yes, it did have a problem with the other type over here, looks like. Okay, let me go ahead and log out from here. Log out, log out. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to do it with info.dbest and over here 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then I'm going to log in. Yes, so this time it's working. Okay, so maybe there were earlier issues. Beautiful. So what we could do so far, we can pinpoint our endpoint and then log in and log out. Awesome. And there was a lot of work actually along the way, and we also learned a lot of things. So let's try it one more time at dbest.com, and here we'll have 1 2 3 4 5 6, and we do see that we log in successfully. Beautiful. And now I have this other account, so I'm going to log in and log out with that one. So here dlan@dbest.com, and 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then over here we'll see that yes, we logged in. All right, beautiful. Okay, so there are a few things that we should be changing. All right, so in next section actually we'll go through the whole process, the one that we have learned, and there are a lot of ideas that we have to cover one more time. I'll recap the ideas, and then it would help us to remember more. But at the same time, if you come over here and if you refresh this, of course you see the users are here, but here you'll see that select rows every time a user logs in. So your token is saved over here, as you can see. So this is the token that is being saved, and this token is actually auto-generated by Sanctum. So if a user logs in, their information is always saved in this table. You should know about that. Okay, so right now we'll go through all the procedure that happened so far so that we can broaden our understanding. All right, so everything starts from here, from register controller, register. So inside register controller, there's this method which is called handle register. So we pass our states to it, and then we call this create user with email and password. Of course, we check the user exists or not for that email and password. So, which also means that we check it. First, we do definitely Google does a basic checking on that, and at the same time, we confirm that by sending a verification email that it's not a robot or bot, it's a human. And then we set some basic information about the URL and the user, actually about the user, not really about the URL. Okay, all right. And over here, we don't have to save anything. This information, they get registered in Firebase console itself, so we don't have to save any of the information. But yes, we can add additional information, and it would save things for us automatically. All right. And then when you come to sign in controller over here, so this handle sign in also gets triggered when you click on login method, or login button actually. So as we click on the login button, first we save the state, and then we try to see if there is a user for that email and password. Well, if the user exists, then we take all this information the user has, and then we create an object. Now this object creation things we have seen before. So this object creation takes some fields like type, name, description. Of course, if you want, you can add additional information, because from the state itself, we just want email address and password, and rest of the other things are retrieved from when the user actually gets verified from this method over here. So these are them that they get verified. I mean, we get them, and here we added one additional information. That means that you can also add more information. In that case, in login request entity, you have to add more fields. Like we have one of the fields online, but we are not using it now. Anyway, so we wrap them and create an object. So our object, which is login request entity, holds this information. Now the benefit is that if you have an object like this, you can just pass the object and you can retrieve any of these values from that object anywhere in your app. So it's good for passing around, and it's a good practice that you should do. If you just want to pass strings, it would become extremely long and not maintainable. That's what we do. And then we pass it to this asyncPostAllData. Well, since we are going to post data, we trigger this show method, which is coming from our plugin. And in general, you should always have a loading icon when you post data. All right, so we know that we have passed this login request entity. Now we pass it to this login method. So this method over here, this login method, it takes our object and then it posts it to this post method. Now at the same time, from here during login, actually you should specify the endpoint, and that's what we have done over here. And then you also have to send the JSON data, which means that it's more like that you have to post JSON information, which is more like string format, because server only receives JSON data most of the time. It doesn't really take any object. So it doesn't matter if you use Laravel, Python, or any kind of backend service. Most of the time they would be taking your JSON information in the backend, not an object. So that's why we do that. So what happens over here, so we have this constructor which takes all this information from here and turn it into an object. But before we send it to the server, we dissect them. So for a certain object, which is this one, this is our object name, we can call any of the methods that resides inside this class. This is a class, it is a constructor, and it has some methods. So if your methods exist, then you can call them from any of the objects that you have created before. So this is basic object-oriented programming concept, and that's how it works over here. So anyway, so this is what we are sending to the backend. Now we'll look into this one. So over here, basically we are passing this path over here, which refers to this endpoint. And then at the same time, we are passing our data. So most of the time login is about query data, not actually posting data. So that's why over here we are not using this. So this one is a query data. Based on this, we do query, and that's what we have seen, that in the backend, when we pass our information like ID, open ID, and a type, based on that we do a query. So these are called query parameters, and based on that you retrieve data. In general, if you do query, then you do get, but you can also do it with post. It doesn't really matter. So now this one actually has this protocol and it talks with the server. So it sends the data, and once the data is returned, actually this one give us a response. And well, since the response is returned, now our editor Android Studio can automatically recognize what kind of response is there. For example, the response itself can have very many properties, so you could look at them like this: response dot. If you put a dot here, you can see status code. You can access status code, you can access data, and a lot of other properties like headers, is redirect, redirects, request options. So one of the things that we are very interested all the time, that is this data tag over here, because this data is actually holds the actual data that comes from backend. Now from backend you can have response, status code, headers, a lot of things, but this is the actual data that we are interested in, JSON data that will be coming. So don't get confused this data with data over here. So that's why actually I just renamed them. So my data, you can call them anything, okay, but this is not this one. All right, anyway, so this data would go to our backend. So let's take a look at backend. So this is our backend, and we know that we have an endpoint over here. This endpoint refers from here. So we have this API login, which corresponds to this point over here, API login. So login is actually endpoint, and it has a method where it says create user. So here we create a user. Now how we do that? Remember, we are passing all the objects. And what are you passing? You are passing actually this query parameter. So it contains data, as we have seen over here, that this is the query parameters. It contains data. Now this data, because we are using Laravel, so we can get it from this request object. So it contains everything, and we first do a basic validation whether all this data is given or not. If they are not given, we send a message back to the user that you are missing some of this information. And if all this data is given, all right, we grab all this data and save it in a new variable. Now this theory is similar from any kind of backend, whether you use Node.js, Golang, or Python. Then because we are passing data from frontend, so we are seeing what type of user is it. Is it Google login? Is it email login or Facebook login? So this type helps us to know that. And at the same time, we also use OpenID. OpenID is a unique string that's been returned from Google login. So it's unique for each user. So we see that if in our database, based on this two condition, if we can find the user or not. So if we can't find a user, so that means that user is trying to log in very first time. So we also generate a random ID for the user, but we call it token. And we also remember when first time that user is or has logged in, and then we save the data in the database. Now after saving the data in the database, it returns us an ID. Now by this time, user information gets saved in the data, but the token itself, which is access token, is not yet generated. In general, that's generated after you submit your data in the database. So that's why here we return the ID. That ID is actually row ID. But a lot of people use that one as a user ID. But in our case, we are using this one as user ID. And then, we create the token, and this token is actually saved in personal access token table if you go and check the database. And then we update our user object, which is this one, which contains all the user information, because when it returns over here, this field access token is empty. It's not there. So even it's saved in the database, it is empty, and when it returns, this field is still empty. So we update it, and first we assign the value, and then over here we update it. So now you can say just you can update it here. You don't need this. Yes, we need this because we are returning all this information, including the access token, to the front end. But it is also true. So that's what happens when first time user logs in. But if the user logs in second time, we can definitely find the user based on OpenID and type. So this condition, we don't fall into this condition. So we are out of this condition. And over here, once again, each time user logs in, every time you have to create the token. Once again, we save the token, we update the database, and just return this one. Now, interestingly, over here, JSON response, either this one or this one, any of this response that is being returned, well, first they return in JSON format, as you can see this. So this is more like JSON format per PHP. So they also call it associative array. So you have to put associative array type and wrap it inside this response JSON. Then it would actually return JSON object for you. But we have JSON inside JSON because this user information or user info, this object or this object, doesn't matter which one is this. So they both have JSON. So what happens over here, so this is JSON inside a JSON. So over here the same. This is JSON inside JSON. So this object is JSON information because it contains a lot of the user information. So here we understand that we have JSON inside JSON. So once we return this object or this JSON data, it's nested JSON data. So our front end should be able to handle that. So that's why in our front end we should have a mechanism where we have JSON inside JSON. Here, whatever is returned, so that's more like JSON inside JSON. So this data field is actually over here, this one. Over here refers to this complete section, these three fields. It's not this one, so don't get confused. So this data field, which is actually this name, actually you can name it anything, it doesn't matter. So you can call it like user data or app data. Then here you would return as app data. It doesn't really matter. So this one refers to this whole section. So that means in front end, this one should point to JSON inside JSON. So anyway, so this post method gets called from here, we know that. So this is the response, so which is response.data, right? So this is equal to response.data. So response equal to response.data after the post method returns. So it would help you. So the first thing, because we are getting data from server and that is response is JSON response, we know that. So we have to pass this one to a method which is called fromJson method. Now this is based on this user login response entity. Now this one, these three fields just similarly matches our backend fields. Like here we have code MSG data. And here is the same thing, code MSG data. And that's how you want to create model in front end. It depends on how you submit it from the front end to the back end and how you retrieve data from back end to the front end. Now over here we have seen that this is a JSON. So that's why this field over here has to be JSON. Now over here, you see that it's from JSON method eventually, which refers to this method over here. So inside this, we have this from JSON. So we do one-on-one mapping, and then we return an object. Why we do like that? Because once again, from server, you always return JSON. So first you have to have a similar from JSON method or JSON method, and then you match those code one-on-one, whatever is coming from server inside this object. So over here, when you pass this response, this refers to this one over here. So that's already JSON because that's coming from server. You just simply pass from here to here. Anyway, so now over here, based on this information, because since they're coming from server and they're also JSON, you can access each of them. So this field, code, message, and data, that refers to the backend code, message, data. For example, over here, if you write my code, my message, my data, then you have to have my code, my message, my data, otherwise you'll get error. So they must match. They should not, even if they don't match, it's okay, because these are the fields here. These fields correspond to these fields over here. But these fields, they must correspond to server side. So you have to understand that. If you don't have this one, you'd be wrong if the name doesn't match. So anyway, so this is already from JSON to the field mapping, and which is easy. Now we know that this data, or which is this data, is also JSON. So we have to receive this data once again inside a JSON method. That's what we did over here first. So we return the JSON object from here, JSON fields, and we receive everything in now this is JSON, so we also have to another JSON method for this. So that's what we have over here. So we created a new class inside user.dart file, and then over here we have all these fields. Remember, these fields actually inside this user or user info has this one. We already encapsulated all this information like access token, and everything else is returned from the query over here. Or if it is second time, everything else is gotten from here and from here. So hopefully it makes sense. So what do we do over here? We just simply come over here, and inside this we pass the JSON data, and those JSON data is like one-on-one mapping, and then we just simply return an object. So the idea is, from front end, if you have an object, before you send it, you have to convert it to JSON. From backend, you receive JSON. Before you going to use those information in front end, you have to convert them to a object. So you have to receive the JSON and convert them to an object. You can just simply do one-on-one field assignment with the value, and you are good to go. So once we are over here, by this time inside this, so what it returns us user information, and they return us in object form. By this time it receives, so it becomes more like an object. Because it's an object, so you can access the object's field. One of the object's field is code, and we know that. Like we have seen over here, if you come over here, the first object field is code. So we check the code whether it's 200 or not. If it is 200, we know that it's a successful response from server, and we're happy with that one. All right. So now we have this storage service class, which helps us to store user information locally in the phone. So we save the user's whole information, whatever inside this data. Whatever inside this data object, we save everything. Which means that this information, well, like this one, whatever is inside this or whatever is inside this, we save everything in a special key. Now, because this is an object, so we convert it to string, JSON string. We use JSON encode method, otherwise it's not going to work. And as you can see, it only takes object. So result data is an object. And then we can access object inside object, which is this one we have done over here. So this is an object inside this data object. And at the same time, we said that they are not nullable. That's because we are having them as nullable option. If you see earlier over here, a lot of the items we said like these are all nullable. So that's why when you use them, these fields in your front end code, when you use them, you have to make sure that they are not null. You have to tell Flutter specifically that they are not null. And that's what we have done over here. And we save this access token. Now, of course, access token is super important. That's because with this, actually, we authenticate with the server that we are going to access certain resources. Like, for example, if you want to do any CRUD operation or any secret operation on your app, you have to verify your access token with your server access token. If they match, yes, you are good to go. Otherwise, the server would disallow you or return you, or it'd say unauthorized. So we save this once we're done logging. And then we go to our application page, a new route, where we can see like everything is like our dashboard. And yeah, that's how it works actually, the whole process. Thank you. All right, so this is the time we go ahead and work more on the UI. Well, we want to make this one dynamic as well as this one over here. Now we need to work on this. One of the things we need to start with, that is our home controller over here. Actually, I mean home directory. And inside this, we have this UI. So we have to create a new folder, create a new file, and we'll call it homecontroller.dart like this. And inside this, we are going to create a new class. So class. So one of the things we want to do, we want to pass our context to this home controller. So here we'd say build context to this one. We need this. And we'll have constructor over here, otherwise we'll get error. Home constructor, and then here we'll have well, required this dot context to this one. And I guess we need to import cappuccino. All right, great. That's one thing. And actually we also want to have an init method. So void init. For now, it won't do much. So we can say home controller init method. All right, so we know that it would get called. And over here, apart from this, actually, we also wanna initialize other variables. Like over here, we want to have our user item, this class. And then inside this here, we create a variable and we'll call it user.profile. And then we'll go to global dot, well, let's see if it is imported or not. It looks like we don't have to worry about it. So inside this, we can call storage service. Yes, looks like yes, we have to import it. I'm not sure why it doesn't get recognized. Home controller storage service, sorry, global.storage service. And then over here we have to call a method, and now it might say import global. Okay, great. And inside this, what are the methods we can access? Well, we can access init method, but actually we want to create a method, and we'll call it getUserProfile. Now this method doesn't exist, so we'll go there and create a method like this, because so far over here inside this global actually we just have, well, storage, but storage has init, so we can go to init over here, and we don't have getUserProfile method, so we'll create one. So here the return type would be user item. Okay, I'm gonna do that later. First, let's go ahead and call the method getUserProfile. All right, we just want to get the user information, because if we can get the user information, then we'll be able to show user profile and things like that. So here we'll create a variable and we'll call it profile offline, because this would be coming from our local data. So that's why I call it offline. And then here would say get string, and here we do app const storage user profile key, this one. Now if it exists, take that one, otherwise empty string. All right, and we'll do a conditional check. Profile offline is not empty over here. If it is not empty, then here we are going to return. Now what do you want to return? Actually you want to return an object. Okay, so we know that this stores every information in phone locally as a JSON format or string format actually. So over here, so what it would give us? It would give us more like JSON data. And if it gives us JSON data, then we can call fromJson method, because we can simply pass the JSON data to them, and then it would convert it to an object. Now what class to call? Actually we'll call user item dot fromJson. And then one might think, say, let's go ahead and do profile offline. Actually it's not gonna work, because this is string and JSON is like this. So this gives us string. This actually doesn't give us JSON. It does. So a lot of times the string and JSON, they look a lot of time they're similar sometimes, but of course they have actually totally different format. String is just string like this. Inside a quotation you'll have X like this, XYZ like that. But JSON is more like you'll have like A, and for this one we'll have a value B like this, or BA, it doesn't matter. Okay, so this is giving us string over here, so it's not gonna work. So we need to convert this string to JSON. And how do you do that? So to do that we need to call JSON object, JSON decode object. Now with this you can give it string, and then it would give us JSON format, and then you see no error. So what happens when you work with local storage like shared preferences? When you get data, retrieve data from the local storage, then the data itself is string, and you want to convert it to really an object is in fromJson method. Before that, actually you have to use your string, the one that you retrieved from server from your local storage. You have to put it through JSON decode, and then it would format the data for you. So JSON decode is more like formatting the data. Okay, so formatting the data to JSON format, and that's how it works. So over here we'll have this, but now we want to return, so just simply go ahead and return. Now we know that over here after this we'll have JSON data, and we pass the JSON data to this fromJson, and we know that fromJson is gonna give us an object. So now here we are returning an object. All right, otherwise you just simply return, well, if this condition doesn't match, just simply return user item, which would be actually which would not contain actually anything. So here you are returning user item. That's all you need to do, and with this the error should be gone. Now if you come over here inside this, let's see our home controller, so now it would give us user profile. So idea is, if you get data from local storage, you want to convert it to an object using fromJson. Before that you have to get it through JSON decode, and that's how it works. Now okay, so when we call home controller, this variable would get initialized. Now if they get initialized, we can come to our home page, this one. Now we know that this is a stateful method. Now inside this we have like say home page, this one text over here. Now this is pretty much fixed, so we can change this one. And how to do that? So first, one of the things we have to do, we have to have this, we have to override init state over here. So here we do override and void init state, and then super.init state, super.init state. All right, and at the top you want to have a variable. What is your variable? Your variable would be late home controller. Here we'll say home controller, like that. Now in init state we will have to initialize it, and then here we'll just simply call home controller, and of course we have to pass the context. Since we are inside a stateful method, a stateful class, we can always grab the object. All right, and once we have this one, so here home controller.init method, we can also call the init method, but this init method wouldn't do anything for now. All right, now over here actually we can go ahead and simply pass the object. So here we'll call home controller, home, well, looks like it's not getting recognized, so here I'll do home controller dot user profile. So now we can access user profile, and from there actually, so user profile will have avatar, so we want to access the avatar, and most probably we need to confirm that one of the things is not null. Okay, all right, so here argument type cannot be assigned to the parameter type string, so here we'll say it's not empty. With this we make sure, well, we'll make sure that our server is running. Looks like my server was shut, so I'm going to run the server over here. So how do server? We do PHP artisan serve, and then here we'll have our host. Now I'm on Mac, so host, I'll get it from here. Well, it's very windy over here, so you might have hear the sound of wind over here. And then we'll mention the port port, we're gonna run it at 8000 and we'll run it. It looks like the server is running, and we'll go over here and we'll restart our app, and okay, looks like home controller init method got called, and now here we'll see that. Okay, so one of the things that, well, it shouldn't be avatar, actually it should be name. I made a mistake. All right, I'm not sure that hot reload would work. Let's go ahead and do it anyway. All right, so hello Dylan. So I have registered as Dylan. Now I can log out. All right, so we'll get there, settings, and a log out, confirm. Now over here I'm going to use info.dbstack and 1 2 3 4 5 6, and we're gonna log in. And here is this, because I remember when I was registering for this email, my name was this one. All right, great. So this is one of the things that we have learned, and it's working. So that was for this one, and we also have to go to our build method over here. Here we want to access this icon, so we don't want to have it like this. So how to do that? Well, for now we can just simply pass a string to it, this build app bar. And how to pass? Over here we do home controller, and then we can get user profile, and then we can get avatar. All right, and make sure that we convert it to string, and then if you come inside this method here, we might say string avatar, and the error should be gone though. All right, and over here, so instead of this one, we don't want to have it, so we can just simply go ahead and use NetworkImage, and then here avatar, and it might say doing const. Okay, we have to remove this one first, and now let's see. Okay, our image is not visible yet. Okay, so all right, now when we submitted this one in our local host, this was the URL, but now our URL changed, so that's the problem. So there are a few ways to solve this thing, and one of the ways I'm going to solve it, like I'm gonna go to this register controller over here and remove this, and we don't want to make it hard coded in this sense. It's like whatever the URL is, we're gonna upload a photo, and then we are not going to submit the URL in the database. Now once we are going to show the image on the front end, we'll use our URL or domain name, and we'll get that name from here. So in real life, in general, you're going to replace this with a domain name, and that's how you're going to do that. Anyway, so how to work with this? So first thing, come over here and remove this. But of course, right now it's not going to work. It'll still throw an error. So we need to go to our Firebase console and remove the user, and then resign, and register again, and then the problem would be solved. Of course, before registering, we still have to do a bit of change in the code. Now I'm going to come over here, and this is our app, and what I'm going to do over here, we have this authentication section. Like I have these two users, so I'm going to delete them, and let's go ahead and do that. let's refresh it. I guess they are already deleted. Okay, so this is not deleted yet, so let's go ahead and delete. Okay, done. And of course this time we won't be able to log in, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to log out anyway, which we can. You can still log out because logout happens from local storage, not really from server. Now this time I'm going to sign up over here, and I'm going to say over here Flutter lover, like that. Well, okay, so this email is already used. Okay, so database didn't update as we wanted, but later on we saw that it sent us a message where it says that, okay, so sending for verification. So I'm going to verify it from my phone anyway very quickly. All right, I've been just verified. So over here I'm going to log in right now, and after logging in we'll still have the error, but this is a better approach. So let's go ahead and check it. And over here, invalid status code. Now here the problem is we are trying to log in, but in our case the user we didn't remove from the database. Remember, in our local database they still exist, so that's why it couldn't submit the data. So for this reason I'm going to, let's see, delete row, and over here I'm going to do the same, delete rows. Okay, and I'm going to do apply. But if you're using PHP myadmin, just deleting them is going to work. Now over here I'm going to stop this time and log in, and hopefully no error this time. Okay, now yes, it is showing us our default image like this. Now after logging in we still say this, and we are not supposed to say this. Actually we are supposed to set the URL manually once we go to our build abber over here, but it is still there. And why? The reason is because in our service storage class, this one, now over here we do have a remove method, and this remove method gets called from our settings page. So let's go ahead and see the settings page. All right, now we are actually just removing the user token but not other information, so we also have to remove other information. So we do this one, dot remove, and then app consts, and then storage user profile key, this one. With this, when you log out, we're going to remove everything. Now let's try this, and let's go ahead and log out, and this time hopefully it would remove everything. Now I'm going to restart my app. Okay, right, now we'll go ahead and check whether we have error or not, because we just made a big change in the registration and we should have some error. And it looks like it still has this one. And I'm going to try it one more time over here, and let's log out. And then here we do dlan@dbestech.com 23456. Okay, and here we do see that now we might have a problem here. Homepage Dart. Okay, so it says that we have an issue over here. Okay, I have used my another account, which is actually info dbestech, this one, and then I've registered and signed up, and right now it's working as we expected. And as you see here, it says it uploads default.png. This is what we want. Now with the earlier account where it says Dylan the best tag, I got error, but I had to completely delete everything and restart again. So I don't want to record in this video. So you have to remove everything from the Firebase and also delete the app and then come back, and then you will see this error, and this is the error that actually we are looking for. Okay, so it doesn't know what to show to the user in the app over here, and that's fine, and this is what we wanted. And why I'm saying like that, that's because if you come here in homepage widgets, I guess it's not a homepage, yeah it is over here. Now this one actually avatar, this avatar currently only has this part of string as a URL, but before it actually we want to tag something called NetworkImage. Sorry, no, I mean our domain name. So here we'll have app_const, and then here we'll have server API URL, server, let's see, app_const server API URL. And with this actually you want to have your avatar. Now if you want to do that, you need to actually do it inside a string operation. So here we do app_const dot server and this one, and then over here you want to have avatar. Now to be able to make it work, you also need to have this one over here, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, so with this, first we'll have this one and then the avatar, and we'll see that it's the interpolation. Okay, we can just remove that. So we have two variables over here, one is this one and there is this one. Now with this it should work, so let's save it and we'll see. Okay, it works now. Okay, so that's fine. And if we see that, if our database, and we'll see that actually this is what we wanted. Now I'm over here, I'm going to refresh my database, and you see for info actually now I'm getting the correct one. All right, now for Dylan itself, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to update the database from here, and I'm going to apply, close. All right, home page will do that. But first to make sure that here we have dylan.dbestack.com, and then over here 1 2 3 4 5 6, and we're gonna log in, and login just worked, and over here the default is this one. Okay, and we just add our URL right before it, and before we actually show or go to the app bar, we added the URL. Now with this, it becomes dynamic. Even if you change the server, or one day you change your domain name, database doesn't change. All you change is over here, and your app would take care of rest of this thing, because it's gonna add this server API URL automatically right in front of your network image, which is coming from your database from here. All right, so in this section we'll focus on how to solve the issue. Like last time we had a issue when you logged in and log out, and we'll take care of that one. But before we take care of that, we have to understand that why the issue is causing, and then we'll be able to like solve it better. Right, so let's let it log in, and we do see we have. Okay, now that's because I didn't update my server ID because it's been changed. So I'm going to go ahead and change my server ID over here. and then we should be good to go. Yes. All right, and I'm gonna save it. Hopefully it'll take effect, and if it doesn't, then I have to restart one more time. All right, so it looks like I have to restart everything. All right, it worked. Now let's come over here, and once we are here, once we come over here and click on the log out button, actually it triggers a change in the states actually. And what kind of states I'm talking about? Now if you come over here in our settings page, you'll see that this method, remove user data, it gets called, and it also triggers this event over here. Now this is happening through blocks, this one, and let me remove this. I don't need this actually, so it was just for test purpose, because I know this section you guys didn't have, and it's okay. All right, so over here this one gets called, right? App blocks. Now app blocks actually is in the very root of our application page over here. Now you'll see that over here this application page is represented by this block builder where we have app blocks and app state. Now what happens over here, this trigger app events, and over here we also have this bottom tabs. Now of course trigger app events is also get called from here, right? We have seen that. So it deals with bottom tabs, and the bottom tabs actually has this for navigation bar item, and they also have this corresponding list. So application page actually deals with this list. What I'm trying to say, it deals with this 4 of this pages over here. Now since this one over here, like in our settings page, this gets triggered, eventually it affects over here, and one of the things that it affects is our home page. Now if you go to home page, well, for now we might not have any problem, but once we log out we see the problem. So let's go ahead and log out. Now over here it says that we have null values from here, and then if you see the debugging log, actually it points to this thing. For last one points here, and it does also specifically point to a certain item over here like user profile. So it says that the value is not there, so it's null, and it's null. We can confirm it from the we can confirm it from here. So during logout this happens. Once again, from settings page you trigger an event. It first affects this application page. Now since application page has list of items that is responsible for being changed over here, as you can see the state changes right over here, the state variable. So the state variable is over here, and which is alive. Now since this is alive, once you change any kind of variable or event, now it affects the state over here as well, and as it does, it goes to the home page and affects the states over here. Even though home page has home page blocks, but this one is also dependent upon on this one over here. So it causing a series of events over here. Now it itself is not a problem over here. The problem is once we log out over here in our home controller, well, this one doesn't get enough time to get loaded from memory, and even if it does, the problem is Now this one is in trouble. Why? Because if you see settings page, you remove, first you trigger this event, okay, we have change of state, and then you remove all this data. That's the problem. Now once you remove all this data from here, now when it comes to this home controller, it can't find it anymore because it's already logged out. We already logged out and we removed those data, but app is still alive. You just logged out, user is logged out, but the app is itself alive. So that's why here these are being null. Hopefully it makes sense. So this is what actually we need to solve. Now the solution is to we need to check on this value whether it is valid or not, whether this value is null or not. Okay, so that's what we want to check first before we use them. Of course we use them in our home page, which is over here, home controller. So what we need to do, we need to check them before we use them. And check what? Whether they're null or not, because from the log we see that it prints null. That means that this user profile is not there anymore. Now there could be other ways to solve this as well, but one of the ways to make it, just keep it simple, is to check whether they are null, and then based on that you take actions. Now I'm going to get into there, and then over here you see we are returning user item. So over here we can just simply return null. Now we can make this nullable, so which means that it could return null. Okay, all right, so if it is a return null from here, then we can just simply go ahead and check it on our code over here inside this settings page, actually inside this home page, this one. All right, and how to do that? So there are a few things that we could do over here. Just keep it simple over here. So over here we'll do a conditional check. Well, one thing though, since we return here that we can return something nullable, so we also need to change over here, otherwise we'll have an error. So here you might say it could be nullable, so we don't know. Okay, so that's why you need to change it over here. And after that, yes, we do see some issues and we're gonna solve them. First I'm going to copy this over here, and then here we'll check home controller user profile. Well, if it is not null, then we're gonna return whatever we had. Otherwise we'll return an empty container. So we just don't fall back into the condition of showing our UI. And if we don't show our UI, we fall back to empty condition, which is just a container. So we don't need to really use this thing. So we are actually hiding everything, so we don't fall back to any business logic over here. Now to solve this one over here, you just say it's not null, because if we fall back to this condition, we know that it's not null. So in that case the error should be gone. And over here, well, it could be null, it could be not null, and we don't care. So yeah, like this. Now let's go ahead and restart so that it takes effect. And now over here we are going to log in one more time. And we'll log out as well, and we'll make sure that it works correctly as we expected. All right, now we'll come over here. Now let's log out and let's confirm, and we see that we don't have any issues like this. Beautiful. Now we can also log in with my other account, and we'll make sure that wherever we go and use whatever kind of account we do, we'll not have any issues. Yeah, so now the issues are happening over here, and let's go ahead and log out one more time. All right. Okay, great. Now this is one of the ways to do the solution we have seen. In future, we'll explore another solution and we'll compare which one is better. Okay, this is one of the ways to do that. All right, so this is not that absolutely this has to be the solution. As I said, there are many other solutions because I've tried to explore a few solutions and this is the one that I found which makes more sense right now. We'll use that. We'll also learn later down the road how to reset our blocks, the initial values and things like that. All right, great. And okay, so with this, we are done with this front end and back end. Now, one thing, so all this code so far, you can get the get from the resources link. So go down there and download the code that you have followed so far with the backend itself, so that you can compare your code and my code. Thank you. Okay, great. In this section, we are going to actually focus pretty much on our backend and why we are going to do that. Because earlier I have said that a lot of the information would be coming from our backend, like for example, your course selling, or you want to upload a course and the related information, like this information, they would be coming from actually backend and a lot of the other things. So well, we can go ahead and work on the other pages, which I don't want. So I want to finish this home page and part of the things that we can. So that's why we want to work on backend first, because we need to create a mechanism in the backend where we can upload these images and information and detailed information from backend, as well as the text images and everything. So we need to work on that, and that's actually a very exciting part. So anyway, for this reason, first we'll go to our backend. Well, our backend is there, but it doesn't do a lot of things so far. Now this is the alive backend where you get to see your users, if there are users, if they're logged in or not, you get to see them, or if someone has registered in your website or not, you get to see them. Okay, or in your app. So these are the real information. And as well as over here, you will have a course list where you'd be able to upload them and you'd be able to edit them, delete them like that. Okay, and also like here are lessons where actually you could also create course. So a lot of the things you could do it from here. So this is where actually we want to put our focus. Now this course creation, this section could be a little bit of too much for you guys, so I'm gonna start it slow. In a sense, I'm gonna start from this members menu from here, so where we actually get to see our members. It means that the users, they have signed in so far. Now let's take a look at our backend over here. Now our backend is running at this port. So this is the port that our backend is running. So I'm going to click on this and open it anyway. All right. And then we are going to go over here. We're going to type in admin. I'm going to do admin, and I think my password was 123456. All right, great. So we need to work on them slowly, step by step. A lot of these things will also work later, that they would be gone. One of the first thing I want to do, which is exciting, create a new menu, like I think that was over here. Okay, all right, so we want to do that. Okay, now one of the resources that would be useful creating this one over here, if you ever get stuck, is this one over here. Now in my website, the Laravel section here, I have some of these resources that before I have worked and I have experienced problems. So I have all documented, which would be useful for you guys. Code, and I'm going to open up here. Now, because we are using a third-party Laravel admin package for backend, so that's why we see the UI like this. Now we need to understand it. Now backend, of course, a lot of this dependencies and files, they're installed inside this vendor directory. A lot of these dependencies are inside this vendor and core, and these are the actually third-party dependencies libraries. They're installed, and the source code is over here, like grid based UI, which is based on which is done over here. All we need to do, go ahead and call this grid package, and then we'd be able to do that. Okay, right now it's not going to make a lot of sense, but if you're a Laravel lover, if you love PHP, you'd love this package because everything is written in PHP. Of course, using standard Laravel. So these are the source code for this UI, the one that you see over here, and a lot of the things we are going to do now, they're based on over here. All right, so now we'll get started. And one of the things we'll see over here, this admin folder, which is very important, and inside this we have another folder which is called controllers, and then we have bootstrap.php. In general, we don't really change anything over here. This routes file, now inside this routes file over here, it looks like VS Code doesn't recognize it, and it's okay, it doesn't matter. So over here, if we create new controller or resources, inside this we are going to change. Now, in general, you'll not change anything over here, as I said earlier, like inside this anchor folder. All the changes should be here inside this admin folder. Okay, and basically most of the time you'd change your route, and in general you also have to create controllers. Like if you want to be able to create a menu over here, then you have to create a controller first. And here there's already some controller given, auth controller, example home controller, example controller, I think, and then this is the home controller. Now this is for dashboard, and on dashboard will work later, like the home page. We don't want to change this one now. Anyway, so next, our first job is to create a controller inside this, so that we'd be able to create a menu. So we'd be creating resources, a controller that would sit inside this. So first I'm going to go ahead and create a new one, and I'm gonna call it user.controller.php. All right. Now, a lot of the things over here, we can directly copy from the official site, and that would give us a good start. Now, this is the official site over here. This is the English version, and I'm over here inside this quick start over here. And it's also saying that it's gonna work with this user table, the one that comes with Laravel default. We already have the table. Of course, we have added more stuff in the table. It doesn't matter. Now over here, it did say that you can generate them using this command line, but somehow it's not working with me. So I'm going to, which I have already done, I have generated or created them manually. All right, and one of the first thing I want to do over here, I'm going to copy this complete code from here. So this is what actually we need. So I'm not going to write them. We can just copy this, and I'm going to open it up over here and put it here. All right. So this is our user controller, but be careful. This is different than this controller. Okay. This is the user controller in our admin section. Okay. All right. So I just close this one so that we don't get confused. So this is the one that we want to work. Now over here, I'm going to go through it a little later. Let me finish the process. Now each of the controller needs a model. We already have a model, so this is the model. So we already have one. Now if you come over here, it also says that, well, in general, you create the controller using this command line, but since it's not working in my case, so I did it manually. And after that, you have to go to app-admin routes.php. And over here, you need to actually go ahead and mention that where the controller is located. So I'm going to copy this one, which I already did, and then after that, inside this admin folder there's a routes folder, and I'm gonna put it here like this. And for us, we don't want this demo, we just want users. So this would be more like our routing. Okay, well, there are errors here and you can ignore that, it doesn't matter because we are not going to compile it anyway. So PHP, it doesn't compile, it gets compiled during runtime, so we don't need to actually, PHP doesn't really get compiled, it gets translated anyway, so it happens during runtime. So of course this is VS Code, can't recognize this, and it's fine with us, we don't care about this. All right, so this is what we have now. Now let's take a look at this one over here. So I guess everything should be correct. We don't need this password, this weird thing to have, because we don't have password field anyway. So I'm going to remove this. All right, okay, so now we'll go to our backend over here. So this was our backend, and over here of course it's not running, so I'll come back over here, open up the terminal and make sure that my server is running. Now I'm going to do refresh, and here we are. But of course we don't see any changes. Before you see changes, actually you have to come to this menu section over here, and then over here you could name it, so member, and I'm not sure they have an icon over here where it says users. Well, I'm going to use this one, and URI is users, the one that actually we have over here, like in the routes section, users. And rows, we'll just keep it default, all permission over here. I'm going to go ahead and do this on all permissions, and I'm going to go ahead and submit it. And over here it should be updated as well, so I think this is this one. Now I'm going to refresh it, and we see that it's already here. All right, so this is the member section, and you can go ahead and click on them, and beautiful, you see it already read all the users from our database, because these are the currently active users in our database. Now with this, of course, we can go ahead and delete them, and it would delete some of the users that we have done for testing. But of course, this is an admin panel where you really don't want to delete users, because you don't have the right or permission to delete. Of course, here you can, but in real world, you are not going to delete your users. All right, so that is working as we talk. All right, and now we're gonna go ahead and take a look at this files. So take a look at this files over here, and I'm going to hide this, we don't need this. Now what does it do? Of course, over here it also have the namespace. You have to say where it is. Okay, so you always have to mention the namespace, and you also have to use the admin controller. Now these are the things in general, they're default, you don't need to change a lot of time, because once we are going to use this one, you have to mention your namespace and this 3 times. You have to have them, because they helps you to have this grid layout. Not only that, they also help you to edit information. If you want, you can actually edit right away. For example, here you can say one more A and submit. It should work, and you see it worked. Okay, it's beautiful. So it's very handy in terms of operation, because you don't have to write any kind of CSS or HTML. It's all PHP over here. Anyway, so you have to have this. Now if you want to know more about this, as I said earlier, you need to go back to Anchor directory inside this vendor directory, and then you can read the source code, that how it works. And there are a lot of things that you could learn about: grid, form, and show. These 3: form, grid, and show, which are these 3. Anyway, so now here in general, they call it grid, but in this case we also call it grid. You shouldn't change it. And then inside this you should have your model. So this is the model that we have in our models folder. So if you see over here, this is the model it's referring to. Of course it can refer any model, and make sure that at the top you import the model path, otherwise it's not going to work. And then these are the fields actually related to our database. Now we know that in our database we have ID, name, email. These are the things we already have in our database, so it's going to work. You can pull up any kind of information from our database. For example, I know that we have in our database we have a column, it's called access token. You can actually pull up that one and you can just name it access token. But of course in real life you're not going to do that. You are not going to see someone else's access token, and here it showed up. Well, of course there is an access token for this one. These are auto-generated, we have done using Laravel Sanctum. So you get the idea, and I think we can also delete that. All right, beautiful. So you get the idea. So over here you have to have this create a grid object, and the grid object gives you actually a column object. Now within it you have to pass your database field, and you can name anything. These are the names that is shown over here. If you see, like, these are the names they are shown. All right, so ID, name, email, access token, whatever it is. So these are all shown here. I didn't save it. Let's save it and make sure that access token is gone. And yeah, it's gone. All right, beautiful. Sorry. So that's it. Now in general, with this you also get to see the users. Okay, now if you don't want to see the users, you can just remove this section, and you could also do editing. Now with this you edit your user, but actually you don't want to edit your user, so you can keep them or remove them. Okay, I would suggest you to do. But now since this is the new one, this is new technology for you guys, you can play around and understand how it works, because I'm not going to cover everything here in detail. It would be, I mean, a long hours if I do that, and which is not the primary focus of this tutorial. But you can always do one of the things. Come back to the official website in this English section where you can choose the language, Chinese and English. So you can always learn more about it. One thing about it, that this is very well documented. If you have a bit of understanding of PHP and Laravel, you would find it's extremely easy to work with. Well, in my case, this command is not working. I'm not sure why, but of course I have very latest version of PHP. I'm not sure that it is a version problem, but anyway, everything else is working, as you have seen. So go through it and you can do a lot of things, and you can understand a lot of things as well. So they have greater documentation. So go ahead and go through them. And there is also model grid. So this is the grid that I was actually talking about. Now this grid is actually the grid that I was talking over here. So there's detailed documentation how to work with grid, how to edit grid, how to insert more information, including pagination and things like that. Okay, and this is also column, how to work with the column object, which is this one. You should know them. Actually detailed information. So, and it's all in English, and you can do experiment on your own, and it should be helpful. Okay, so this section is working. So all you need to do first, you have to have your model inserted inside this, otherwise it's not going to work, because it is actually helps us to know all the information from database. Anyway, so over here actually we are going to add some additional features, because right now we want to lock this thing over here where you can delete, edit, and some other things you could do. So I'm going to lock them. So how to do that? Now over here, You also don't want to have this one. Let's remove that, and I'm going to have this grade object, and then I'm going to use a function. Now they have a function where it's called disable actions, like this one. Okay, disable actions. Now let's come over here and let's refresh it, and it's gone. So, and which is actually good because you don't want to delete or add it to your users. That's what I said early. So that's the first thing. Now, and the other one is we also want to do over here is grade and disable create button. Disable, I'm not sure they can recognize. Yes, it did actually. Beautiful. So yeah, so disable create button. Let me save this. Now what's gonna happen with this, I think you're able to create a new user, but you don't want to create a new user, so it's gone actually. All right, and let's see what else. For now we can also disable export. I'm not sure it is there. Disable export, and then I'm going to do grade disable filter, disable filter. All right, so I'm going to save them. Now the filter would be gone, and I think export would be gone as well. All right, this is very simple. Now how I know all these things? Once again, you can come over here about their basic usage. Everything is actually there, how to work with this. They have additional functions that they support to work with, like column filtering. As you can see, it comes with an example. Of course, those examples are Chinese, but you get the idea. All right, so you can work with this and filtering over here. So a lot of things actually. So go ahead and go through the documentation step by step, do your own experiment, and you should be good to go. All right. Okay, so with this, we have successfully done our first backend, actually, where you get to see how many people are there. But we do have a bit of problem over here. Now you'll see that it has this strange time format. Actually, we want to change this. You can do that. So come over here, and inside this, actually, you can use another class. The class is called default datetime form. This one, default datetime form, and our editor was smart enough to import it at the top. Well, so that's a good improvement. So with this, we'll have better time format. Okay, now it looks much better. All right, if it didn't import, make sure that you import this one, which is kind of anchor, which I told you before, and just go ahead and use this, and that's it. All right, great. Okay, wonderful. So of course, we're still not going to go back to our front end yet, because it has nothing to do with the front end. Because we are still working the backend, right? Okay. Now, if you want to change the name over here, you can do that. So we have this user controller. Instead of users, you can say members. All right. Now let's refresh it. You'll see that it becomes members list. All right. And one of the cool thing about it is responsive. As you see, it's responsive. So which means that you can also use it on mobile as well. All right, beautiful. Well, in next section, we'll see how to create more menus and try to upload our courses and images so that we can view them from front end. Okay, so currently we can view the users. And if you take a look at our original UI over here, so we have courses menu, and then we also have this lessons and course list. Well, actually the course list is where you get to create a new course So these are the things that we need to do. And once you have this courses list, and then you can also create lessons. And there is another thing, there is also this category where you can have this category and choose them. But in this backend, actually I don't have the category to create from backend. Previously I have done it from database directly. So I'm going to add another menu icon over here, or menu button. So first we need to be able to create this thing dynamically from backend and save it in our database. And once that is done, then we'll have this course list UI and we'll be able to add them. And then we'll be able to create lessons. So being said that, actually next 2 hours or little bit 2 hours, all would be about backend and building API. And you'll find that this backend is extremely easy and useful. I love it because it comes in handy, and as well it's very easy to build. Just a few lines of code can do it. But of course you have to understand the principle that how it works. Well, anyway, so this is my backend over here. I'm going to close this tab, which I don't need. All right. Okay, so here we are. Now over here I have backend running, as you can see from here, and I have this actually 2 terminals to switch between because it's already running. And then over here, if I need to do things like this, then I'm going to create and run commands from here, and this would be running the server all the time. And over here I can make changes. Well, first we need to know how to create menus. But as I said that over here let me close this. Over here we don't have a menu, which we were supposed to have. So I'm going to create that one. Now to create this menu, first we have to generate a database table. And then over here we also have to create work with migrations and things like that. So that would happen step by step. Now if you don't know what is migrations, migration is a folder inside database folder in your application's root directory, as you can see over here. So this is the database over here inside this migrations, and migrations are the blueprint for creating database tables. Yes, I know that previously we have created or edited our database table manually, but from now on we would do it using command line, which is more professional and easy to maintain. And it's not only with Laravel. If you work with Django or Golang or Node.js, they also offer this migrations terminology, where you create a file and that file is a blueprint of your database tables, and then you run the file and that would create database tables on the fly for you, and which is very convenient. And as I said, that it's not only just in Laravel, it also works with a lot of other frameworks. So I think we should know that. All right, now currently if you see our migration files, so these are the files that we have over here, and these are all auto created. None of them are created by us, but from now on we would be responsible for creating our own migration files, and we have to. So first migration file we'll create that would actually help us to create a database table, which would be course type, and course type would hold our menus. All right, so first let's go ahead and create a migration. Now migration files, actually to create a migration files, first we have to run this command php artisan make migration. Now a lot of the things, if you're new to this ideas, might be a little bit convoluted or difficult, but once we are done with this, I'll walk you through one more time and you'd get the idea that what it is. Okay, now over here you have to run like this create, and over here you have to say your table name. So over here our table name would be course types, like that. And so after that you have to say table. So in general this is your table name actually, and this means create a table for me, name is course types. That's how it works. Then you can hit enter, and it says that it created a file for us, and then we'll see that over here the last one in general is it. So over here we are going to have this one. Now of course we are new to backend. If you're new to Laravel, don't worry. So now with this, if we run a next command, we'll see that in our database we have a table named course types with ID and timestamp. Now since this is our first time over here, I'm going to run php artisan migrate. So now with the earlier command, it created a file or a blueprint actually, and you can see over here they're also using a class called blueprint. All right, now with this, if I run the command, you will see that in our database we'll have table name course types. Anyway, so let me go ahead and hit enter. All right, now I'm going to check it over here. Now over here, this is my database table, and I'm going to refresh it. And here we see that, okay, we have a table, and then the table name is course types as we expected, and it has this 3 fields. Beautiful. But actually this is not what we want. The 3 fields just too little for us, because we need to save a lot more information in the database itself. So we need to type in more information. So we can't use this one. One of the ways to go ahead and do that, which we did early, like you can go ahead and add manually, which I don't want to do that. Even though we did it first, this is one of the options that you could do manually, but here we'll have complete programming control. So I want to make changes. Now first, if you want to make change and don't want the table, so you could run php artisan, and then over here you could say migrate rollback. So it would take the table away. So now if you go ahead and refresh your database, and you'll see that the table is gone. Of course, with this, the migration file is still there. It would be still there. So over here we want to add some new things. So first we want to add a field, and we'll call it title, and it would be string type, and over here the length would be 50, like that. And then we want to have another field, which would be text type, and we'll call it description, and this is a text type. Okay, great. We don't want 50 because the text type is long enough for us. And then we'll have another one, and this time we need a certain order, and then actually this would be integers. So here I would say medium integer, this one, and we'll call it order. Instead of integer, it could be very long, which we don't need. And then okay, and there would be another one. I want to put it actually right below it, and that would be also integer, and we might call it say medium integer, this one, and we'll call it parent ID. All right, okay, so we need this few of these fields. This would contain our course title, and this is the ID we need for retrieving data, and then description, and if you want to maintain the order. And right after this we are going to save it. And once we save it, and we can run this command php artisan migrate, and then it would create it over here for us. Well, it's already there, so I mean it would create in our database. Let's go ahead and refresh it, and here we see that course type, and then we see the columns over here. These are the things that we wanted, and of course you could go ahead and you can also say that you can see some of their properties from here. So a lot of the properties like parent ID, description, things like that. Okay, now of course there is one more thing, because order and this, a lot of the things it says that nullable. So we're going to remove them actually. So over here I'm going to call back So it will take back the earlier one, and the title is null nullable, and everything else could be nullable. So here I'm gonna put this and then copy that. All right, beautiful. Let's save it, and then we're gonna run it one more time. Migrate. Okay, great. And then I'm going to refresh it. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh over here. Okay, let me close this. Refresh. Did I run migrate? Let me check. Yes, I did. And then over here, now I'm going to choose it from here and make sure that, okay, so only title I want that null nullable. That's it. So it is very handy in a sense that, but of course, instead of creating and destroying, you should better first know that what you want and then just run it once, and which would be very time efficient. Okay, great. Now with this, our database has been ready. So I'm going to clear this, and the next step is that we're gonna go ahead and create a model for this. Otherwise it's not gonna work. So the first thing is creating a model, and this time, once again, everything would be doing from command line. So create a model, you can just simply run php artisan make model, and then your model name. So model name is course type, that's it. So it created one, and we'll see that it should be inside our app models and course type, and it is over here. Okay, so it'll let us know if we have certain models or certain row in our database table. Okay, so we'll keep it for now. We'll keep it just like this. The next thing we want to do, we want to create a one more controller inside this, and just like we had this user controller. Okay, so now we'd use command line to do that. So how to do that? Now we are not going to create this controller inside this HTTP folder. We are going to create is out of HTTP folder, and the command is pretty much same as early, php artisan make controller. Now you have to step back. So it's two directories back, and then you go inside this admin folder, admin folder, and then controllers folder, and then you mention your controller name. So our controller name is CourseTypeController, just like this. Then I'm going to hit enter, and here we do see that it's been created. Now I'm going to close this one. Now a lot of these things are not correct, the namespace and things like that, so I'm going to open up this one, and a few things I'm going to copy from here. Actually, I'm going to copy the whole namespace from here, because the name spacing is wrong. It should be admin, and we also want some of the files to be auto imported. Since they are not, so I'm going to use it like this, and over here you need to use admin controller, and you are good to go. Let's save it. All right, the error's gone. Okay, great. And we also needed well, a model, but in this case we are not, most probably not going to use user model, but keep it there, and we definitely going to use the models that we created, which is course type, and we need that one, so we're going to save it. And after that, over here I'm going to copy this one first, this grid method, and then I'm going to put it here, which should help us. Let's save it here. All right, now this will change a lot. Actually, one of the things over here I'm going to do first, I'm going to create a method, and this would be public function, and we'll call it index. Now inside this we are going to import and use a special class, but the class is not here yet. First we have to import it at the top. So here we would say use core admin, and from there we have this layout folder. Inside the layout folder you have a class which is called content. We are going to use that one, and we are going to pass it over here, content. So it's more like a request object, but in this case it's content. It has different features than request, but the way you use it, that's the same. Now inside this we are going to have variable, and we'll call it tree, and new tree. A lot of the things are not making sense, but it would. Now inside this we have to say our model name, which is course type. So what it would do, it would actually take every information from course type and show it in a tree manner, which likes you'll have menu, submenu, like that. And I know that it doesn't make a lot of sense yet, but it would. Now the tree is not recognized, so over here we are going to import that as well. So here we'd say anchor admin. Now in this case we want this tree class, not really layout. Now with this the error is gone. Now this is all PHP over here, and that's the beautiful thing about it. No HTML or CSS, because a lot of you might not like it. So anyway, after that we are going to return over here, and we are going to return a content object which will have header type, header class, and we'll call it course types over here. And with this over here we'll return the body, and in the body we'll have this tree, the one that we created. All right, with this we'd be actually ready. Now the grid would not work yet, so instead of grid, actually you don't want we have to use another method which is called detail. Once again, it might not make a lot of sense to you, but I'm going to explain it once we are done with this. So let me just make the changes, and over here instead of grid we're gonna call it show. Now just go ahead and replace them, and you should be good over here. All right, now over here we also have to use another term which is called field instead of column. All right, and over here we are going to return show. Okay, now let me save this. Now another thing you have to do inside this, once again, let me explain everything to you once we are done. But this is a find or fill method, which we know that find or fill, F-A-I-L, I guess, and then it would take an ID, and the ID would be actually coming from here. All right, okay, so let me make sure. So here, okay, we are looking for a course type, which means that an Eloquent relationship. We are looking for an Eloquent over here, which means that we are looking for a row in the database based on this ID. And if you find that, go ahead and use them and retrieve the information from the database. Of course, in this case, instead of name, we want title, and I think we can just simply say category, which would make more sense over here, and the description, and we'll call it description. All right, and what else? We can also pick the other one that we have in our database, which is called order. Now here, order created at, and then we can also keep it here, like updated at. Okay, and I don't think we'd need these things over here. All right, great. So let me save this thing. Okay, well, what we did over here, first we created a controller, and this is our controller, and then we also created a model. Now model is pretty much like this, we are not going to change. And since we created a controller over here, we also have to mention it in our routes file, which is this one over here. And let me remove this, we don't need this now. So this should be our route file over here, mentioning the route's name. Okay, all right, so let me go ahead and save it. Of course, you don't have this, go ahead and put it over here. You mention your controller name as well as the route. By the way, you can also have it like this. So we are going to have it the way the latest Laravel recommends, so just like this. All right, so let me go back to our backend over here. Now we have to create a menu for this. Remember earlier we have created menu for members, so you have to do the same over here. And then you can call it like course category, and I'm not sure they have category. Okay, I'm going to have it this one, and then your URI. So here it should be course types, and then select this and create it. Now let's go ahead and refresh it. You should be able to see one of these over here. Now of course here it says that it call undefined model course type with query. Now let me go ahead and check that. Okay, well now because it says that with the query and it can't find it, well, it could find the model, but it's actually doesn't know what to do. So, and it give you a hint that you should have things like that. But anyway, now we're gonna come back to our course type over here. Now, one of the things over here we could use is like this one. Here, anchor admin, well, this one. And then I think we can use a model. I'm not sure they have model tree there. So here it should be admin, and then after that they will have this called traits, and then inside this we'll have model tree. And okay, and at the same time you can ask them to use model tree. That's it. Let's go ahead and save it. Now once you save it and come over here, the error should be gone. So, and now over here you'll see a beautiful page like this. So here you get to create something new, but of course if I click on this new, we'll still have an error because new doesn't have a corresponding controller method. So that's why we'll have this. And here it says that okay, form doesn't exist, so it needs a form method. Okay, now previously we have seen over here that we have this kind of method form, and which I told you to go ahead and play around. So in general, the form method is responsible for creating a new item and submit it, and with detail you're just able to view them. So I'm going to copy this one from here. And I know that a lot of the things are still not making sense, and it would make sense once we are done with this, because the theory, if I just tell you, is not going to help you. Now over here, first thing, we are not going to use our user form or user model. Actually, we are using course type, this one. So that's the first thing. All right, and after that over here, you have to have something like let me put it like this, form, and then there's a method called select. Now this select method is actually coming from Laravel Admin, not Laravel itself, Laravel Admin. And we have to choose our parent ID, which is, I told you before, we need this for relationship, like showing the items in a drop down menu. So that's why you need this one. Now here we would say parent category, and which should make more sense a little later once we see the UI. options, and then over here you just simply need to pass new course type like this. And it's better if we wrap it around curly braces, because we are going to use something called scope resolution operator, and we have a function from it, so which is called select options. Now this one, once again, coming from, you see, anchor traits model tree options, and that's why actually we are using the model tree. Earlier we have seen over here, we need that. Okay, now I'm going to actually remove this, and inside over here, another thing we want to do is, okay, let's go with form, and then here we want to show our text, which is the title, and then we'll call it title. Title is the course title name or category name, like that. Now over here we'll have another one which is called description, and now that should be inside text area. Text area. Now it is A-E-R-A. I guess that's how you spell A-R-E-A, text area. Now here we'll have description and a description. And the last one is form number. Number has to do with the integers, the one that you have in your database. All right, I'm going to come back to this once again. I know, and I promise, because it's quite confusing what's happening over here. Just to remove this. All right, let's save it. And now let's go to our backend over here. Now refresh it. Now create new, and here we go. And this is awesome. Actually, you can go ahead and create your own menu sections over here, and it should work. Okay, so over here I'm going to have it under root, and then I'm going to create something, say design UI. So in this course you'll learn how to design best UI. All right, now you can give it order. Default order could be 1. We didn't set it, but we'll have it. Beautiful. And you see we already created a menu without any kind of CSS or HTML, and you can also change them. Submit it, and you'll see this over here, design, UX design. You could also say like that, UX design, and save it, and you'll see it there, and it's beautiful. And this is what actually we wanted. So we can go ahead and create more categories like the one that we see over here, like for example design, visual identity, marketing, advertising. So let's go ahead and create a few more options over here. Marketing, the best marketing strategy for making more money. All right, give it an order of 2. All right, okay, just like this. So once again, you can go ahead and copy it, change it, but I think we are not reading the order value, which actually we can, but we did not. But anyway, now let's go ahead and create another one. Here we'll call it visual identity, how to visualize your products before you really make it physical. All right, have 3. Okay, great. So we have this menus, and one cool thing about it, you can drag and drop just like this as you want. So that's why I love this admin package. Of course, we didn't write any of this code to drag and drop like this. So anyway, so I'm going to put it back. So here you get to create sub menu and as you want. All right, okay, and this is awesome. So, well, now it shows up over here. We don't want it. We wanted that there should be a menu, and it should be under that kind of menu. So over here, I'm going to have this something called course, about course, like this, and then I'll just have it like this, and then I'm going to submit it. Okay. Now here you see that here it says about course and course category. Now you can actually drag and drop it here below it. I think we could do it like this and refresh it, and here we go. I think we didn't take effect. It should have. Okay, I think we have to save it. All right, I think we didn't save it there. Okay, cool. Now here you see we have a sub menu under about course, and which takes you to this page, and this is awesome. So since now we are able to create this one, then we'd be able to create more items on a certain category. Anyway, so our next step should be actually understanding this thing, and which is quite important. So I want everybody to understand this section very well, because this is not just Laravel, this is Laravel Admin package, which is a little different than Laravel itself. And if you want to scale this project on your own, it's quite important that you understand this. Now I'm going to close this one, and I'm going to keep this one and this one. Now, one of the things that we could do with this, first we have to understand this one, then it would make better sense. Now, because of grid method, actually we get to see everything like in a grid, in a sense like this. So grid in a sense is like this, okay, like in this row column format, you can see them. All right, so that happens because of grid method. But the grid method, you could do a lot of stuff over here. Like one of the stuff we have done over here is disabling a lot of the functions, but actually we can enable them, just comment them out and then come and refresh. So here it does provide you to, like, first you can filter based on ID. Like you could do filter based on ID, say 14. Okay, you found it. You could do ID 1. Nothing is there. But of course, you can also customize this. But of course, you can also customize this. Instead of ID, you can also do it based on name, which we'll see later. Anyway, you can also create a new one if you want. But here, we are not going to create any of this. Now let's refresh, and we don't need this, I guess. Let's come over here. And so because of grid method, you see everything over here, what happens. All right, now over here, detail actually helps you to see certain options. Like in general, here the show method, the show button gets triggered, and which actually comes from this detail section over here. Of course, you can customize this one as just like this. If you want, you can add more options. Now, of course, you can always go back to the documentation. Everything is documented there, and it's very clear. So I really want you to go and see laraveladmin.org, their English version. Go ahead and check that, and you should be really good. And once again, here, Laravel Admin, I'm going to choose the English one. So I suggest you go ahead and bookmark this link. Go ahead and bookmark, and it's also in my website as well, so you can also find it from my website. So everything is here, like how to use the grid and how to work on them, how to use the form and how to work on them, and how to use the show method and how to work on them, which we have seen over here. So this is the detail one, right? Now over here we have this now this form method is actually called on whenever you create a new form or edit an existing form. So here you could say it gets called when you create a new form or edit a row or info like that. Okay, now we can prove that it happens like this. So since we are in Laravel, we could do actually debugging over here. Now for this one, over here we can just simply do create or add it. Now we can use dd to do debug. Dump and die. dd means dump and die. Now over here I have this one, but of course I need to enable this over here, which means that disable this code. Let's go ahead and do it one more time. And here, let's go ahead and refresh. Now you add it and you see that create or add it. So this gets called line 49, which is over here, I think it's referring. And how about creation? Once you click on this, you still see this. So that form method gets called both editing and creating, but not of course for detail method, sorry. So detail method just for view. All right, okay, right. Now of course there are you can know a lot more about them from, so you get the idea. So you have to remember this, and the commenting might really work for you. All right, okay. And now before I said that inside this, these are the database columns. So it could be inside the column names, it could be inside the field names, it doesn't really matter. Okay, these are all the database columns. Okay, now back to this one over here. But over here we have introduced a new method. Now this method is actually for showing tree form of the menus. Okay, now by that what I mean is, like, if you come over here, so this is called a tree form in a sense that because you can drag and drop the way you want. Okay, so it's branching out like that. Okay, of course we don't want, we just want to keep it like them. So that's why it's called a tree model. Now to use that, you have to use this tree over here, this tree class. If you go and hover over on this, oh, well, you can look at it if you want on your own, and you can also look at it on your own. So the way it works, you just simply need to pass your model, that's it, and it takes care of automatically rest of the thing if you have new information in your database. Now one beautiful thing about this is, even if you don't have this detail or form and you add a new item in the database directly, for example, which we can do right now. So let me go ahead and find my MySQL workbench. So we'll see that we can comment out all of these things from here, which we don't need for testing purpose. Okay, I think I have to do it from here. All right, for testing purpose. Now here we go, and I'm going to start my MySQL workbench, and I think this was my database over here. Now I'm going to open up all of them, and we do see that this one over here. Okay, so select rows like this. Now over here I could do ID4, and over here I could say programming. All right, and then here I could say is the future, like that, and that's it. Now of course over here I'm on workbench, so I have to save it, and I'm gonna close over here. Now if you see, it changes automatically from here. Okay, of course I want to give it order, like order 4. Okay, so the idea is, even if you don't have any of these methods like detail and form, with just this 3 lines of code, you get better understanding of the UI, that how it works. Okay, so either you could go ahead and dive deep into them, or just leave it like this. Now it is internally very complex, but one thing you have to do, of course, if you have a model, in the model you also have to say my model is going to have this model tree, okay? Otherwise it's just not going to work. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. So over here we don't need this grid method, the one that we had earlier over here, because grid is just to show rows, right? So here we could say grid method is just show rows. All right, and that's what we understand. But once again, which I would suggest you to go ahead and learn more everything about this, because if you really want to use it for a long time, this kind of packages, and go ahead and look at this source code where you get to see the grid layout. Now inside this actions you see the delete, edit, show, which actually corresponds to 3 of the buttons we have seen over here. So go ahead and check them on your own, and that should be good. All right, so now we already know that adjust for detail is just for view, right? We already got it. Okay, I'm going to close this one, we don't need this now. Okay, and over here once again for view, that's it. Now over here we are using Eloquent model to grab all this related ID related model, which is from the row. So well, it does make sense. For example, if you come over here and if you click any of them, so we get the ID, and once we get the ID, detail can grab it and then pass it to find or fill function, which is a very common function in Laravel framework. We get that one, and then we set the values for this record like this. So this one once again is for showing and creating and editing. All right, now over here we have this section where actually first you get to select. So with this you select a certain category, but actually this one gets called first. So with this, because of this one, we are actually able to view like this, okay, because of this one, because of this options, select options. Okay, now this function does a lot more internally. You can go ahead and check that. And over here we also have to set the other titles. Now some of the fields over here like text, text area, and number. So this text is similar to string in Laravel. I'm talking about the pure Laravel, like text area is similar to text, and over here number is similar to int. You can understand it like this. So this string, text, and int, we have seen them during our migrations, so that should make sense as well. All right, so with this we have reached an basic understanding of how things work. And one of the must thing you have to remember that once you work on these controllers, your controller must extend this admin controller. But as you can see, admin controller internally extends a controller, which is you see inside for this controller is the one that we declare over here. And you have to have the namespace. Over here you use the namespace as app HTTP controllers, but for this controllers it's app admin controllers. So you have to be careful so that this is the namespace, and if you want to use, like we are using this admin controller, so we have to say where admin controller is, so you get to say it there. All right, so yeah, that's how we have done the basic work and basic understanding. I think so far your journey has been smooth and amazing. Now to get the code for this section, you can check out from the link below, this one and this one. If you need the code, you can always check and compare so that you don't have any mistakes. Well, anyway, so in next section, actually we'll create a course based on our category. That also means that we have to actually create new migrations, new controllers, and new models. And with this, of course, we'll also see that in our database, we have new tables as well. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so this time we are going to go ahead and work on a new controller. So we are going to create a controller that would actually display all the course related detail, because just now with this, we can just create courses. But we want to display the course related information. By saying that, it's also important that understand that now we'd be able to post a course actually, and then we'd be able to upload related information for that course. So that's what we want to do. So now here first we're going to create a migration table. Sorry. Okay. So we are going to create a migration table over here. Yes, server is running. I'm sorry. All right, over here. So this time we'll do one more time PHP artisan make migration, and then we say create. So what's the table name? Our table name is courses actually this time, and a table. That's it. Okay, it created it successfully, and then we are gonna look for it. So course courses.php there. It could be, yeah, this one, I think. Right. So here we are. This is very minimum, bare bone. So of course these are the two things that we needed. And then after that, here we are going to add more fields. So okay, table. Now inside this we'll have string over here, and over here it should be user token. So there would be a field that would be user token, and it would be size of 50, and then it is non I think and non. Okay, so well, it is by default non-nullable. All right, now this one is to verify who is posting, to know. All right, and then after that table, and we do string. Now over here we'll have name. All right, and then actually it's more like the course name. So it would be 200, and then table. We're gonna do thumbnail. So over here we'll have string thumbnail. Okay, right. And it could be 150, pretty long. And then table string. This could be about actually video length. So over here we'll have video, because in the course you'd be able to upload video. So eventually you'd also learn how to play video and work with the video players, and this is cool. And there is also 150, I guess. So from the backend we'll upload video, and then we'll have text over here, and for the text we'll call it description, and then we'll have another one that is table. I think we could do it small integer over here, and we'll call it type ID. And we could also do a price one. So for price itself, I'm not sure we could do float over here. I'm gonna go ahead with float, and then we'll name it price. All right, and a few of these things. All right, now the video, it could be, say, nullable. We don't want it to be there, but there should be a thumbnail, and there could be, well, a description, or you can still set it to nullable because we have the course name and things like that. All right, and over here, okay, we had a price, and after that we'll have a table and small, well, over here we'll have lesson num, so it's a number of lessons that someone could have, and table. We could also do video length, so here it would be also small integer, video length. Well, so after all this, now we are going to go ahead and run our migration. So we know that to run migration, we can just simply do php artisan migrate. All right, so hopefully there are no errors over here. And okay, I think one more things that we need to change over here. Number of lessons, it could be also nullable. And otherwise would have difficult time to actually test. So this is why you want to make them nullable. Score is, I think it's the star that a teacher can have, the ratings, and follow. I think someone is following somebody or not for those things. Now let's go ahead and save them and run migrate. And of course it's been created. Awesome. All right, so we know that it's been created, so let's come over here, and over here I'm going to refresh it, and then here we see that this has been created, and we'll see all these columns. Awesome. All right, so what is the next job? Our next job is to create a model, and then we'll create a controller. So we'll come over here, and then we'll go ahead and create a model. I'll do clear first, and php artisan make model, and the model name is actually course, so it's going to create a model. Okay, great. And this time we are going to create another controller, and that controller should be inside this controllers folder. So we are going to create a controller inside this app admin controllers folder, which is not inside this. So classically or traditionally you put everything here, but in our case we are going to create one controller over here right now, and we would do php artisan make controller. Now we'll step back 2 directories, because in general, in default, it would create inside controllers folder http controller. So these are 2 directories. So we'll step back 2 directories just like this, and then I would say admin folder. So here admin folder, and inside controllers folder, and then would give it a name. We'll give it a name course controller. And here we go. It created one controller inside this. Well, I think that is this one, course controller. Yeah, this is the controller that's been created. But of course, we have to correct the namespace and everything. All right, now we'll go back to this one, and I'm going to copy all of this from here, and then I'm just gonna simply put them here. And then one thing I want to do is change the name, and I think that's all. And I'm gonna save them, and the error should be gone. All right, so a lot of the things are not important over here. Definitely we don't need this. We don't want a grid view, and also we don't need like this and this. All right, I'm gonna save it, and let's see course. So we have to import the course one at the top. Actually, we might need that one as well, so I'm gonna keep that, and that's it. Now save it. So the next section, we're gonna start working on this grid method. Okay, so this is our course controller, and we have copied it pretty much from our course type controller. So one of the things we want to do, we want to remove everything from here. We actually don't need, or maybe we just keep them and edit them along the way. Now over here, we know that this is for creating and editing. So this is the section that we want to take a look at first. All right. So, well, first we have to have our model, which is a course model, and it's already here. So we don't need to do anything with this. And after that, we want to have the course name over here. So let's go ahead and do that. Over here we'll have form, and then we'll have text. Text is like the string, as I said before. Okay, and then here we'll have name, and then over here I'll create a variable and I'll call it result, and we'll take our course model, and then you will use scope resolution operator and to work with this pluck method. The pluck method is Laravel Eloquent. It returns you title, and not returns you title, sorry, it works with key value pair. And what I mean by that, so let's go ahead and check it. Over here I would do title, and then I would do ID over here. Now I'm going to do dd result dump and die. All right, I'm going to save it, and I'll make sure that our server is running over here. Well, because I changed my network one more time, so I need to come over here, copy this, and then I think I just come over here and replace the old one. All right, so and then I'm going to click on this and hit open. All right, so now we'll go into our backend over here, and we type in admin. I'll show you how to change these things later and everything. It's a step-by-step process. All right, okay, now I'm going to close everything here. Now over here we have one of the things. Okay, before we go ahead and view the changes, we have to make sure that in the menu sections over here I add a new menu. And I think earlier today I might have made a change over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drag and drop here like this, and I'm going to save. And now, okay, it looks like the earlier one, the one that we had. Anyway, now I'm come to this menu sections over here. So I'm going to open up this routes folder, and then I'm going to just simply go ahead and copy this and put it here. And after that, instead of course types, our route should be courses and course type controller. Let's go ahead and save it. All right, and let me come over here at the top, make sure that everything has imported. Okay, great. Now, okay, now we're here. I'm gonna do filter. So let's see if I can find book. Okay, so book is more like the courses, I guess I would say. And then here the URL to visit it. Now you can make a change from here as well. I think you can edit this one, and instead of root you can put it under account about course. So let's save it. Now let's refresh, and you see most probably it changed. Okay, so you can drag and drop from here. If you don't want, you can also come over here and edit them. And this is the beautiful thing about this admin panel, which I love very much. Okay, so now over here we'll go to courses, and definitely here it says grid doesn't exist, and this is what we knew, that grid would not exist because we don't have grid. So one of the things we could do right away is go ahead and create a grid method at the top over here. So here, okay, one of the things you have to know that protected function, all right, and we'll call it grid, and then over here we'll have grid, and then new grid, new course, you import that, and at the end you just simply go ahead and return grid. That's all you do for now. So return, I think how we return that, yeah, we just simply go ahead and return grid, and that's all, and the error should be gone. Okay, now let's go ahead and refresh it, and I'm gonna come over here. Okay, now this is the place we want to create new. Now we know that once we create a new one, so this one, this form section would get triggered or would get called, right? And then we'll see the result over here. DD means dump and die, which means that stop executing PHP script. So application will die over there. So I'm going to click on this. Well, one of the things that it says that here it doesn't know the title, column title not found. All right, and so here it couldn't find title. Now we're gonna open up our MySQL workbench, and inside this, okay, I know the problem, I don't have to because I was passing the wrong one. So we want to take everything from course type, not from course. That's why, because course type contains our category. So with this we'd be able to see our categories. So get our categories. All right, so course type contains our categories. Now let's come over here, let's click on a new one, and here, beautiful, and this is what we wanted to see. So what I was trying to say, and what I was trying to show you, that over here this pluck method, it returns information in key value pair. Now of course you can just simply go ahead and do title. Let's save it, and after that just to refresh it, it will still get value. And if you just do ID, you'll still have it. Okay, like this. But now this time the result is a bit different. Why? So if we just use one argument over here, we do see that we might have a weird behavior. Actually, it's not weird. Now to be able to understand that, we need to go back to the earlier example, that why it's like this. So earlier we had this title. Now in title, okay, first thing, pluck works with 2 arguments, not 3, or it could also work with 1. But if you just have 1, it provides the other one automatically. And you have to remember that when you use the pluck method, of course it's part of Laravel collections methods, because Laravel collections has a many method, like pluck is one of them. There is another one, is select. Anyway, so now here it works with key value pair, right? Key value pair, and at the same time the last one is the key. The last one is the key. Sorry for the laughter. Anyway, so the last one is the key, so the title would be the key. Let me save it, and now let's go back, and now let's come over here, and we'll see that the key, because in general any kind of associative array which is in PHP, the keys are shown on the left and the values are on the right. So these IDs are the values, this is on the left, so they're the keys. So this is more like JSON pair format. You understand? In JSON we also have key value pair. So keys are on the left, the values are on the right. Now, okay, well, I could change this thing right now. Over here I can have description. We know that we have description field inside this course type model, and here I can have title. And now let me save that. So this would be once again our key, and this would be the value. But of course it does look like that it should be the key, but it just worked the opposite. So let's find it over here, and we see that, okay, key values. But of course if you want, you can switch them. So you can just get this key from here, and then you can put them here, and you'll see that the result is oops, okay, I just messed up over here. So I'll write here title. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and check that, and now this time we see that they have switched. All right, so whatever you put on the left side, that becomes as a key. Now what happens only with one? Now the only one, so this one actually doesn't make sense directly. Let's just put ahead with the title. Okay, now we'll see that this time title is on the, I think that should be on the right. Yes, right. Okay, so what happens if you save only one actually, or provide only one? Laravel would automatically put an ID to it automatically, which becomes on the right, and which becomes the last one. I said the last one is the key, so here we see that, okay, well, these are the keys. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, so anyway, over here we're gonna stick to this ID and title thing. ID and title is the one that we wanted, and we also don't need this one. Hopefully it makes more sense. Now I have a text version of this tutorial, so you can go ahead and check that. And I have also compared select method and plug and how they work together. Right, so now we are not going to use this one. Now why not? Because, well, you can actually use, instead of plug, you can also use this one, but select option is Laravel admin method, not Laravel, but of course it's based on Laravel as well. If you hover on this, and you'll see that there is this collection. Okay, so this collection is actually here, so they are all collections. So what I find internally, select options use plug. That should be somewhere that it uses plug internally. All right, so this is something that we learned. So it's native to Laravel, but this one is built on the top of plug method, I believe. All right, so I'm going to remove them anyway. So the alternative of this, previously we have seen over here, like inside this, so this is the plug method. It takes everything, and then inside this we pass it to this options. So of course if you want, you can take this out and put it here, and it would work the same. So okay, so we have written we have the result and key value pair saved over here. Now we want to retrieve some information based on that. And what do you want to retrieve? So here we'll use form, and then we'll select, and instead the select we are going to use parent ID. I think it's not parent ID, actually it should be the type ID over here. And now over here we'll say this is category, and over here we'll have this options method. So options, and inside this we're gonna pass our result. That's all. All right, so this one is alternative to this one. We watch what we have seen over here, but of course in this case we have parent ID. You can also pass type ID, and they would work the same, but they're just different way of doing this thing. All right, so now with this we would be able to get our a type ID, and based on type ID it will actually give us the text results. Okay, we don't really see the ID, we'll see the results. And what results we'll see? We'll see this results. Okay, all right. Okay, great. So with this you get to select one of them, so that's why we have the select method. So select method helps you select one of the options that comes from result variable. Okay, hopefully makes sense. But do remember, this select is not actually the select same as the one we see in native Laravel. It's a different method. Okay, so this helps you to select one of them based on this result. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, let me go ahead and save this thing. All right, and after that, actually, one thing we could do right away, we can comment them out and see our results so far, that what we have achieved. Okay, so let's come to our terminal over here. Let's refresh it. Over here, we already see that we have these things over here, and that's beautiful. So we have name and category. And in this case, let me see. So we need to switch between this two things, because this becomes this key and this becomes this value. Now option takes the value from results, so you want to switch between them. So that's why we have this one over here. We don't want to see this, we want to see the value for them. Once again, now options method takes the value, but over here, because this becomes the key, this becomes the value, that's why we see the ID. So one way to solve this, just switch between them and switch the order, and you are good to go. All right. Okay. Missing. All right. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and save them. Beautiful. So now we are able to see and select over here. Wonderful. Okay, of course you don't write it like this, so which means that it's pretty much working as we wanted. Now what's next? And over here, okay, next thing we want to do is one of the amazing things, which is showing the thumbnail. Okay, because you want to post a thumbnail for your articles, the articles that you want to show on the front end. So here we'll use the image tag or image function, which is coming from Laravel Admin once again. And then we want our thumbnail field from our database to be associated with it directly. And then over here we'll have this one, which is called thumbnail. And then over here we want to have this unique name. Okay, unique name, you want to have unique name for them. All right, okay, beautiful. All right, now we can go ahead and test it right away, and we'll see that you get to select an image. So let's go ahead and select okay, random image from here, and you would see it immediately. Okay, but yet we shouldn't be submitting right yet, so let's go ahead and work on them. So that's beautiful. And after that, actually you can also select video. So that's why we would use the file tag for video format, or file function actually. Now over here we would say video, because in your course you'd be able to upload a video. Unique name, this one, make sure they all have unique name, because we need to retrieve them from the database. All right, and then over here we'll have text, and then we'll do description, and then over here we'd say description, like this. And after that, here we'll have a form for price. Now for the price, that is in float format, so there is this function which is called decimal. That's what we are going to use, and here we'll say price, and then here we'll name it price as well. Great. So a few things you have to remember over here. You might get confused. File is used for video and other format like PDF or doc. All right, great. Over here, decimal method helps with retrieving float format from the database. So it should be useful. All right, great. And then we'll also have another method which is called number. So we are taking that one. And I think we have download number. Let me see in our migration files. So this is the beautiful thing about, okay, so we don't want to have this for now. Type edit price lesson name video length. So I'm going to do over here something called lesson number. Is this lesson number? Yeah, lesson num video length. Okay, right. Now with this migration file, the beautiful thing is if you want to look up some of the information, you don't need to go to database. You get to see them right over here, and I think which is good. Lesson number. All right, and then we'll have over here number one more time, and that should be about video length. Video length. And then over here we do video length. All right, and now this part is quite important for posting. It's like who is posting. All right, over here in our backend right now, anyone can actually go ahead and post information as long as they have this account, and we'll change that later. So right away here we'll use our users table, user model actually, and we'll use the pluck method, and then we want to have the token as a value. So that would be name and the token. All right, now over here we could do dd result, and we'll see how it goes. Oh, at the same time, we'd be able to actually check we have any error or not, because we have been just trying to. Okay, looks like no error. And so these are the three users we have so far registered in our system, and these are their token. You get to see them. All right, so over here we'll have form and a select method, and then we'll say we'll use user token in the database field, and then here we'll say teacher. The one is going to upload, that's being our teacher, and then over here we'll use the options method, and then we'll pass the result. So with this we care about the token itself, because each user has a unique token. All right, so the last part is actually display the time. So here we'd use display method, display, and here we'll say created at, which is our database field. Remember, these are all our database field. They are used for retrieving and editing and submitting in the database. So they have to be exactly same as in the database, otherwise they'll not just work. All right, so over here we'll say now let's go ahead and save that. And we have a type over here. Okay, great. Now let's refresh it, and here we see like our teachers and things like that. So we get to see the teachers. we get to select image, we get to select a video file, we get to do that. All right, so hello everyone, here we go. So here we are going to try and upload and see how things work over here. Okay, now I might just go ahead and upload some random information. So here I might say Laravel course, and I'm going to, well, there is no Laravel over here, but I'm going to select this, and later down the road I'm going to change it. And over here, let's see what it says. Okay, I'm going to first upload a video about Laravel, so this one, say for example, and then I'm going to select an image, and for that one I'm going to go to my documents over here, and then most probably I'm going to select somewhere that's related to Laravel, well, this one, and I'll change the name, don't worry. Here I'd say this is a great course about Laravel, you all should take it. Let's say I want to say the price is 20, video lesson number total maybe say 10 lessons, video length say 10 hours, and teachers say the best tag. And now let's go ahead and hit enter. Here you might be able to see that. Okay, and it's strange because we don't have a lot of things in our course controller. We'll fix that. Now one of the things, if you guys go ahead and try it along with me, you might get a lot of issues. One of the issues that you might get is this one over here, which you might see that here it says that you have this PHP content length issue. Okay, so we need to work on this. So it's because default configuration of PHP, you might just upload, you'd be able to upload 2 megabytes of content, but the video itself is very long, so that's why you need to change your configuration file. So to be able to do that, please go ahead over here and then do this thing. First you need to find, if you're on Mac, you need to find where your PHP ini file is. Go ahead and check on that, and when you type in PHP ini, it'll give you the location. In general, the second one is the location, and then over here you need to do this one. All right, so you have to run this command, and then you have to look for these things over here, and then over here you have to press the ESC button and then do this one and WQ, but at the same time you have to install this and restart the PHP server, and then you should be good to go, and then you'd be able to post it. That's the first thing, but don't worry, I'm going to walk you through right here. So I'm going to do cancel over here. Now I'm going to close that, actually start a new terminal, actually this one. This is my terminal over here, and I'm going to do everything as I said over here. So first I'm going to show it for Windows as well, don't worry. So here PHP ini, so it give you the location where it is. So this is the location. All right, and then over here I'm going to look for, I'm going to use Vim editor, and then just hit enter and it will open up. But there are so many informations here, so how to look for this? So you can just hit this slash, as you can see, slash, and then hit this one from your keyboard, and you look for post and hit enter. So here we go. So this is the first one that matches. So in this case, well, in your case maybe it's a different number, so I just change it to 16. And how to do that? So you have to hit I, then here you'll say that insert, and then you can come to your section over here, and then you could do 20, whatever it is you want, it doesn't really matter, and then press ESC button on your keyboard and it'd be gone. You make the changes, and then you do it enter, sorry, this slash again from keyboard, hit slash, and then hit this one. This time look for upload. Now this is the one that you also need to change, so you can hit enter to change it, like 20 or whatever the number, So enter means enter button. So once you make the changes, then do this one. So you have to have this one on your from your keyboard. In general on Mac it's shift and this, find this 2 dots, and then do WQ, and then you are good to go. But this wouldn't take effect unless you have this services enabled or installed. So first, if you don't have this one, you could go ahead and install this, just brew tab homebrew services, and then run this command, and it should take effect. Okay, but I have already installed it, so I'm not going to do that. And then run this command. If you're using PHP 8.2, then go ahead and check it. It will restore everything about PHP services. As you can see, it's stopping and then started again. All right, so after that, if you come to your backend over here, you'd be able to make the post, and then you are good to go. All right, so right now I'm on Windows, and I'm going to work with my XAMPP server over here to take the changes to take place over here. And what I'm going to do over here, over here you see that Apache config. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to choose this one, so we'll be able to configure the PHP configuration file, and it's easy. Now since we are on Windows, so I can look for POST, and hopefully that would give me the post that I want. Looks like there are a lot more posts over here. Now okay, so this one. Now on Windows, it did say that post maximize most probably 40. Okay, let me check on my website over here. Post max size. So post max size is 40 megabyte. So I think that's good enough for Windows. And then over here, I could also do the upload size. Let's go ahead and check that one. Uploads. Okay, here it's a 4040. So on Windows it shouldn't be a problem, so I'm going to just close this. But if you make changes, make sure to hit Control S to save it. All right, so I'm going to start my Apache over here, and MySQL. Now looks like MySQL Apache didn't start. Okay, let me start Apache, and let me start MySQL. Okay, they both started. All right, so go ahead and restart it, and it should work anyway, since we don't have any problem with this. So in Windows you have to make the changes like this, and then you just restart everything, and you should be good to go. Now right now my server is on Mac, so I'm not going to test it. If you have any questions, you can put a comment below, and I'd be happy to help. Thank you. Work on the grid, and before that we work on the grid, actually I wanted to show you something which you might find very useful, because previously I was talking about creating a command line controller over here based on the documents. So last time we saw that it didn't work, but I'm not sure, something most probably was wrong with my configuration. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to put it here, and I'll make sure that I do it from the beginning. So this is a special command to do the operation creating controller in this admin folder, but with resources together. What I mean by that? Well, previously we have seen that yes, we could create controller using different command, but not like this, the one that we see over here, not like this. So let's go ahead and create a controller. So over here I can just go ahead and create a controller, dummy controller, based on this model, and the controller name is a test controller, and because we are doing it just for test, so I'm going to hit enter, and here, beautiful, it says that it created a controller. So controller name is test controller, and the name is, it also says that go ahead in PHP admin routes PHP and put this one more time. So previously we have done this using admin. The controller we have created, that was make controller, and then we went out of the folder and then we created. Remember, I hope you remember that. But that was not the right way to create controller for this one. Why? Let me open up this one. This is the controller that it had created, and you'll find it's amazing. So here you see it created these things for us automatically on the fly. That's why that command is so useful. But previously we didn't know, well, not we didn't know, I knew, but somehow most probably it was a problem with my computer, and yes, it started to work the command after restarting it. So it just worked after restarting it. So this command is for Mac, but if you are on Windows, you have to use like this. Just remove slash. You have 2 slashes there, just use 1 slash for Windows and you are good to go. It has to work because I have tested on Windows that it works. Anyway, so after creating all of this, all you need to do, you just need to put this in your app admin routes folder, which we know how to put it. Now with this, the benefit is it creates this things for you automatically. You don't have to write the code, because up to now we are writing code on our own manually, which is not good because it is error prone, and as well as takes a lot of time. Anyway, so now we know that we could do it manually, and that's a beautiful thing. Okay, good. Sorry, we can do it automatically. Now one thing, before you have to generate this code, you have to make sure that you have model, because if you see, it takes actually, when you run a command like this, sorry, the command, I think here, over here, you're trying to say you have a model named user, so it can find automatically that there is a model. The model, what is model? Model means a database table, and it knows that in your database table you have these fields, so it can find it automatically, and that's how it works. So you have to make sure you have a model, you have a schema, the schema that we have created. What is schema I'm talking about? The migrations over here. So based on everything, it generates the code automatically for you. Okay, so this is the way to go, on better way, professional way, and recommended way. All right, a lot of this information I have updated over here. I've also said for Windows how to go ahead and create one. All right, so if you get stuck, you can also come and check over here, no problem. You can also go back to their official website, that's also fine, which is an English version. As I said before, go ahead and save it. It's a beautiful one. Anyway, so now it's been created. Of course, this is just for test purpose. We don't need any of this. Now, one thing I could do, I can just go ahead and copy this part of the code and then put it there. I don't need to write them manually. Okay, all right. So I'm going to delete this one. We don't need it anyway, but this is what I wanted to demonstrate to you guys, that this package is beautiful. It does so many things on the fly. So I'm going to remove this. Yeah. All right. Beautiful. So now what it did this job for us automatically, created all these things. All right, great. Now I'm going to go and check our website, the backend, this one. So now over here we do see that I have these 3 records in the database, and they already showed to us. Beautiful. And right now you can go ahead and click on the show button. You'll see everything over here, as well as now there is this problem what happened earlier, and there was a mistake because we are in a course controller. We don't want this user controller actually, so we want to use, what is it, course. Actually this is the model course. Okay, that's what we wanted to use. So that's why a lot of this information came here. They are wrong. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to my terminal over here, and I'm going to type in the command one more time. So php artisan admin, and then here make, and then here I would say test controller, and over here I would do model, and then here I'll have this let me copy this, app models user. Okay, so app, so if you're on Windows, you will use /models and user, but this time I don't want user model, I want course model. Okay, well, let's say artisan, so I have a type over here, so let's go ahead and fix it. Why I'm doing this, because a lot of this information came earlier based on the user model, but actually this is a course controller, so we should point to our course model, which is this one over here. Let's hit enter. Beautiful, it did. So all I need to do is go ahead and copy the code from here. So I'm just going to copy this sections over here. Let me do it, copy the complete one, and remember, I'm not copying this one. This section is working because we already worked on this. But if you did this thing early using command line, it would have generated everything for us automatically. Now let's go ahead and save it, and now let's do restart one more time over here. Okay, now this is what we wanted actually. Like, we have video, we have thumbnail and everything. These are the related information that we want, of course. But few of the things we don't want. We most probably we don't want. Let me see. Okay, let's work on this step by step. So this time the setup is correct here, the course and everything. Okay, and over here is also correct. It did it for us automatically. Now ID is here, right? Okay, so I want to put back the comment that I had early. Okay, the first argument is the database field. So these are all database field. Okay, great. Now here we have user token. We don't want to show the user token like this. And now we'll take our understanding one step further. Well, here it shows the token, but we don't want to show the token. We want to show the username. So we need to work on this, because the only thing the command can do, it pull out all the information from the database and show you over here. But anyway, we don't want to show it. We want to change it to teacher. So remember, these are text field. You can put anything you want. So I don't want to call it user token. I want to call it teacher, and you'll see the name changes to teacher. Great. Now over here, I want to invoke a function. So this is called display function, this one. Now, of course, this within inside this Laravel admin. So this display you can call for this column function, and inside this you have to pass a closure, which means a callback function. So here we do function, and then it also takes value, and the value is in general whatever it is there, this one, the field related value. So now user token has a value, which is our token. So you can take that one in a variable called token. You can name the variable anything, it doesn't matter. Now this display function is to help you to do kind of operation, any kind of operation you want to do, you can do within it. Okay, you can do, I mean, based on this value, you can invoke a lot of things inside, whatever you want. So it's like further processing data. For further processing data, you can create any method inside it or do operation. So you have to know this one. That's what it does. So what do you want with this token? First, that I said we don't want to show the user token over here. We want to show the user name. All right. Okay. Now the problem is username is not saved in this database. Okay. So it is saved in another. So it is saved in another table. So we want to get that table. And what table is that? That's a user table. So that's, so we'll use Laravel Eloquent. So here we would say user, and then we'll call the method which is called where. Now here we are going to pass or look for a field which is called a token, and that token has to match equal to the token that I've gotten here. So this one, so they have to match. All right. Okay, so that's why I'm using the condition over here, and if they match, of course it will take up that row from the database, but I don't want everything. All I want is I want the name field from it. So that's why I'll use something, a helper function which is called value. I want to get the name field from it, and that's it. And after that, well, I can just simply return from here like this, and it should work. All right. Okay. So this is what I want. So what's happening right now? Because I'm running this thing, so what's going to happen over here? I'm getting the user model, which means the user database table, and I'm looking for a token match with the token field in our user model. And then if it matches, return me one item, and that item is name. So whatever the rows that matches, return me the name field or name column for that. So if you open up over here, so from course, as you see, this is our course. From course, actually we are passing the token, and then I'm going to go to this users column over here, and I'm using that token and this token if they match or not, and if they match, then get me the name. So that's the idea. All right, so that's what we have learned so far. Now I'm going to save this, and then let's do a refresh. Beautiful. You see, now instead of showing me my token, it is showing me my name, the person who has created this course. That's beautiful, and this is what we wanted. All right, now there's this problem with this image. We want to show the image itself, not the text. So what to do with this? Now over here there is called another helper function, just called image. Now image, I think the first one, it might take the name. We don't want it. We just want to pass 50/50, which is for size. 50/50 refers to the image size. So we want to do this one. Let's go ahead and save it. You see the image is there. Beautiful. Now it has a lot of helper functions inside this grid method. So basic usage, one more time, go ahead and check them. There are tons of things that you could learn. Like just now we used display function, and here, okay, I think we did pretty much more like this one. Yeah. Go ahead and do your own experiment in your own way, in your free time. Hopefully that'd be very useful. So when I need something, I always come back to this thing and try to learn a bit and then go ahead and work with this. All right. And I think this display, okay, this is the display we actually used, display callback, which is this one over here. Go ahead and use them. Beautiful. Anyway, so now here we are. Okay, and for the video itself, we don't want to show the video over here, and I think that's fine. So we're going to remove this. And the description, okay, let's keep it there. We can keep the price there, video num, video length, and we don't want to show this one's there. So let's go ahead and get rid of this, and we want to keep this one. All right, now let's come back to our website over here, I mean backend. Okay, now it looks a little bit cleaner with this. Beautiful. Of course, you can go ahead and edit it if you want. You can still do that. Let's see. So over here, few of the things, you can change the name and it'll take effect. Okay, great. So next we need to work on this detail section where you want to show. All right. Now it did already a bit of work for us. So a lot of the things we might not need this over here. So what I'm going to remove them actually. Now you could do a lot of work in terms of show the detail, but I think I'm gonna skip that, because in that case it would be extremely long course, which is beyond everything right now. So user token, most probably you don't want to show, because these are the secret things. All right, and for now everything else will keep the same. Beautiful. So far we've made a big progress in terms of how we build this, building the menu, the whole backend. Okay, great. Well, next section we'll see actually how to build API, because this is the backend part. In the backend we build this UI and everything. In next section we'll see how to build the API. Why are we going to do that? Because we have built this course over here, right? So if we build an API, now we'd be able to pull out this information from our backend and then send it to the database. So that's why actually we need to work on building API. Assalamu alaikum. So over here I'm going to take care of one of the issues that you guys are having right now. A lot of you said that you can't see the image on the backend. So let me show you how to, and the problem I'm talking about. So over here, if we created a course, a lot of you said you guys don't see this. Now, most probably, I'm not sure whether I missed to fail to show you this. So how to, well, in your case, if you don't have this image that showed, so what to do? Well, first we need to do a little bit of debugging over here. So it's better use Google Chrome and then right click and inspect over here. And then you will have this network tab over here. So open up the network tab and select this one. In general, over here you will see the image path. Now this image you should be also able to visit from the browser itself, like as you can see over here. Now if we are working on this image itself, that why it doesn't show up, the reason is, first reason is over here you see that in your case, most probably there is no slash over here right after 8000, the port number. Okay, so you have to have a slash. Now, of course, you can't put a slash over there and show it directly because you cannot do it here, right? So how to solve this issue? And of course, you have to make sure that it's inside this uploads folder and inside this images folder, right? So you have to make sure this one. Anyway, right after 8000, you have to have the slash, and how to work with this slash, and how to define this slash. Okay, so for this reason you need to come to your .env file over here. You have to make sure that you have a slash over here, and at the same time you have to make sure that you have this correct API, the URL or the IP address, and in this case you have to have with the port number, otherwise it's not gonna work. Okay, all right. Now you may also wonder, where's this uploads folder coming from? Like we see an uploads folder over here. Where is this coming from? The uploads folder here, this one, where is this coming from? Right after 8000 slash and uploads and images. Now I think we have already talked about this one before earlier, that inside our publics folder there should be an uploads folder. If it is not there, you have to create it manually. In general, it's created on the fly when you first install and try to work on this. And then now also the files over here, that's because we were uploading videos are saved under this files directory, and images are saved under this images directory, and these two files are actually auto created. And about uploads folder, the configuration is defined over here. Let me find our config folder. Okay, right, this one, this config folder. Okay, let me close them so that I know you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so app bootstrap config. So right over here you have to come to this file system, and this is what we have done before. So in general, uploads folder is right after your app URL. Now this app URL is actually right over here. So this file over here, it's reading env configuration, so it reads the URL and then adds uploads automatically. Okay, all right, so you have to make sure you have this one correctly set, and after that it should not be a problem to work with this images that you are supposed to see over here. Thank you. Well, now after having this up and running correctly, we're gonna work on this API thing. So we have to build API, then we'll be able to access it from our app. One of the thing I would really love if you guys help me, please leave me a good rating so that I can work better on this course, I can sell more, which would definitely encourage me, and it's very important. Thank you so much, I would be grateful. Anyway, so one of the things first we want to do, we want to open up our terminal over here, and I'm going to open up a new terminal by clicking on this. So this would be alive over here, and this would be the one that I'm working. Okay, so we want to create a API or a lot of APIs so that we can access them from our front-end applications. Now APIs in general you'd be creating inside this controller folder, right? So let's go ahead and create a new controller. So here I do PHP artisan make controller, and here I would do API, and we'll call it CourseController, and it would create a controller for us, and we see that it has been created. Okay, great. All right, and after that we're gonna come to our routes over here. So we need to define the API itself. Okay, right. Now there are big changes that we need to make right away, because this login API over here, it's actually open, which means that for logging you don't need to do any kind of direct authentication. When login works, I mean, in a sense, when you log in, it creates a token for you and it saves it, and that because it saves internally, so it knows whether you have logged in, and based on that thing you can do some other things. Okay, the idea is when you log in, it creates a token, which is kind of authentication as well. Now of course we need greater control on the API, so we need to wrap our API around using some more protected layer. So this is where we are going to actually use middleware. Middleware is a layer of service where actually it protects your API. You can't randomly check in and check out. Before you do that, you have to confirm with the middleware, like whether you have the right privileges or not. So we're going to wrap our rest of our API endpoints using middleware. Okay, now one of the things first I want to do over here is change over here a little bit. So in that case, I actually want to open up our file, which is called route service provider, the second one. And over here, actually, I want to define a namespace globally so that I can get rid of these things over here, like instead of writing this thing every time. So we can define the namespace of our controllers globally. So over here, we're going to declare a variable. So here we'll call it protected. The type is protected, and then we'll call it namespace. And inside this, we have to have this one. All right, so with this, we have globally defined, and other things I don't think we need to change. Okay, and now after this, over here we need to make the change. Now since it's already globally defined, so over here we can make a group, actually group of routes that has the same namespace. So over here we'll say namespace API over here, and I think I'm missing the slash, not slash, the brackets. So namespace help you where the controllers are. It helps you to know where the controllers are. All right, so we have this one, and then we have to move it up. All right, okay, now with this you shouldn't have any problem. And of course, when you write like this, you can just simply go ahead and remove this. We don't need this anymore, because right now this namespace is globally defined over here. Okay, and let's be consistent over here, because I think over here they're using one quotation mark, so like this. So let's do the same over here. Okay, and right after this, we need to work on the authentication layer, the one that I was talking about. So user can log in right now. That's not a problem. Now, after logging in, if they want to do anything, they have to go through an authentication. That's what I was talking about. Now, in that case, we will have a middleware to protect it, to know whether user has logged in or not. Now, we already have this middleware, Sanctum middleware, which we have worked before. We have already installed that. Okay. Now, we'll make a new group of endpoints, and those endpoints would go through middleware. So that's why here you have to say middleware, and after that you have to mention your middleware name. So what kind of middleware is it? So this is auth middleware, and the middleware we are using, that's called Sanctum middleware. So this is here, you have to introduce. It's like telling you, okay, go through a middleware, but what middleware? Okay, so that's what you are telling over here. So Sanctum middleware will help us to know whether we are logged in or not. If we are not logged in, we won't be able to do what the things that we want to do. All right, okay, great. So this is actually authentication layer, authentication middleware. Okay, right. Now inside this, we want to define some routes. Okay, now these routes are protected using this middleware. Now first route we want to define is get course list. Okay, so here we would say route any, and inside this here we'll have an endpoint and we'll call it course list, because the list just we have created on the backend, we want to see them. And then over here you want to say your controller's name, and the controller that we have just now created, we will mention it over here. So here we'll say course course controller actually, or instead of doing like this, I think we can also do like this. So I'm going to copy this and put it here, and we'll call it course controller, and here we'll say course list. Okay, great. So this is the endpoint that would be pointing from our front end. It would find this controller and then find the method in the controller. And how to find this controller? We already have defined our namespace for all the controllers. We have to have this namespace that inside this HTTP folder that's directly recognized by this one. So everything would be inside the controllers. We already inside this controllers folder, we already defined that. And after that, it'll see, okay, there is also a namespace API. So go ahead and use that namespace in a sense. Okay, it'll add API in front of this path, and then it can find this one, and then it can find this one. All right, great. Okay, good. Now, one of the things we want to do right away over here, that we want to define a route. Well, our route is there. Now we want to create a function. So the function will be public function course list. All right, that's it. Okay, now one of the very first thing you want to do, you want to actually return a response. Now of course we are not inside this controller, we are inside this controller, right? Okay, and you want to return a response over here. Now it could be any kind of response, so I'm going to just copy this, and then I'm going to put it here, and here we'll say data is available. Okay, all right, and my course list is here. Well, in that case, be consistent. All right, save this. Okay, now this is something that we can test right away. Now before that, I have to make sure that my app is running. So here's our app, and I just started it, and over here I'm going to log in and make sure that none of the changes we made is disrupting our app. So let's go ahead and log in, and we'll see how it responds. And over here we do see that it says that invalid status code 500. Now the reason we have this invalid status code, well, actually there are a few changes that we still need to make. Now we already have this one over here, that's fine. Okay. Now since this is a namespace, and over here the boot method, you see inside this we are using middleware API, and here we say that where to find the the API. But since we are using a global namespace for all of our controllers, so for the API file, it should be activated. And to activate it over here, you can just simply do like this, namespace, and inside this namespace. Okay, so this namespace points to this variable over here. Then you should save it. But of course, if you have web app and web routes should be controlled using this global controllers namespace, then you should also use it over here. Okay, now with this changes, we're almost ready. Now over here we also need to change. If we are going to use a namespace like this, then the way we write, we cannot write it like this. So in our case, we have to write it like this: post login, and then here we would say user controller at create user. That's the preferred way of writing. Now this writing doesn't work with if you define global namespace for controllers. So let's go ahead and save it. All right. Now we need to first log in, and now we'd be able to log in. And if we can log in, we can get the token or access token. And if we can get access token, then we'd be able to access this one. So now back to our app over here. I'm going to stop it, and now I'm going to log in. Now before you log in, actually we need to make sure one more thing. Sometimes it's very important. A lot of times you should do that. So you should run this command: php artisan cache clear, php artisan config clear, php artisan routes clear. So with this, they might have some cache about configuration and routes. You can clean them, because this is a big change in the route service providers. So to take effect, you should remove the earlier cache and routes, the list and everything, and hopefully after that it should work. Now I'm going to click login, and this time, yes, we see that we are logged in, and over here I am printing the access token. So in the Postman itself, over here we are going to have a new API for testing. Now the API should need our IP address, so I'm going to copy it from here and then put it here. You should also copy and then API, and then we do course list, and let's hit enter. While over here we do see that it says login route is not defined. Well, login route is defined. The problem is over here, because you see this login routes over here, not login, actually course controller is using a middleware. This middleware needs a token, but we actually didn't pass any token for this, so we need to do that. So the way Laravel throw exception over here, most probably to protect you. It's not about login route, it's about the authentication. But of course, this authentication is part of the login, because once you log in, you create a token, and you should be using that token to do operation. So if you are not providing token, Laravel thinks you haven't logged in, so you have to provide token to access it. Now here we already have this token, so I'm going to copy it one more time. I'm going to come to this Postman and then authorization, and I'm going to do bearer token, select this and put it here. Okay, all right, so we need the token in authorization tab. Let's go ahead and hit enter. But there's another error. It says the course controller not defined. Now that's because of this kind of writing. The way we are writing now, it's not supported. It is supported if you fall back to the old way of writing. Now with this, the error should be gone. All right, so make sure you have correct writing. Okay, so if we are going to use auth controllers, our namespace globally, then our writing style has to be changed, not like this. Okay, great. Now let's come over here, hit over this, and then we hit enter, Beautiful. So we do get a successful status. Now this successful status, that means that we can hit our endpoint of course controller over here. That means that we can go ahead and start to write our code, which is part of the API. Okay, so I'm going to leave this like this because we need them actually. And at the top, we want to get all the courses we have. Now I'm going to create a variable result, and then over here I'm going to get our course model, and inside this from the model itself we are going to have a method which is select, and we want to select name, thumbnail, and lesson num, price, and ID. And after that we're gonna use the get method to return everything whatever we have. Now here it says that it can't find this course, so I'm going to do use app models course like that. Okay, now let's save it. Now inside this we can just simply go ahead and return like this. Say we have result. Okay, all right. Now with this we'd be able to hit our endpoint one more time and then see how it looks like. So open it up, and then over here we do see that our data is in JSON format actually. So this is more like the JSON format, but from Laravel or PHP side, and that's beautiful. And remember how we're returning thumbnail. We are not returning any kind of IP address. We are returning just the path, but not tagging with our URL or domain name. So if you change the domain, just put the domain name right before it in your front-end code, then you are good to go. Now we'll go ahead and create one more lesson. So here I'm going to go ahead and create a lesson. Here I might say a Flutter course, and okay, I'm gonna select visual identity. So I'm going to select this, and then over here I'm going to select a simple video. I'm going to select a simple video over here, and then best front-end course. Input is set 30, the price over here 3 lessons, video length 60, teacher, freelancer. Now let's go ahead and save it. That's what we see. Okay, so we have more courses created from backend, and now it's getting more and more interesting. Now hit it one more time. Here we do see that we have more information, so that also means that our API is working correctly. Now we'd see a little further what we are doing over here inside this course controller. Now of course we are returning all the course list, right? So I'm gonna do it here, returning all the course list. And here we do see that we are using this get method to return everything. What does this select method do? Actually, select method helps you to select the fields. Okay, select the fields. All right. Select the fields, right. What if you don't have this get method? And now let's try our API over here. Now let's hit So it's not going to return anything. Okay, it just selected, but it didn't get anything. So with the select method, it selects things, but it doesn't return anything. So that's one thing you have to remember. So what's going to happen? Well, of course, if you can go ahead and instead of select, you can also return get like this. Now let's go ahead and try our Postman. Okay, now here we do see that, okay, so we have two courses, and each of the courses over here, we're just returning their names. Now over here, in general, if you don't use select, it's just going to return part of the fields. Okay, now we are going to return in an array format. Now let's hit. So as you can see, it also works like that. I mean, if you have this braces over here. Now most of the time we use a select and get together. Now that's the reason most of a lot of the programmers just do like that, and that became more like a convention. But of course, if you want, instead of selecting this select, you can also use get. Now with get, you have to have this one, there's two things, this braces. But if you use select and get together, you don't need to do that. Now if you don't want to do like this, you can also do the other way. For example, if you just want, you can also return get directly like this. Now with this, it's gonna return everything from the database and all the fields. Okay, all right. Now I'm gonna stick to the convention, the way we do like this. So it means select these fields and then get me the results. So that's the idea. So that is the basic difference also between select and get. To have this authorization header, otherwise you'll get error, so which says route login not defined. Now, so that also means that we have to pass this from our front end. It is saved somewhere in our front end. Now, if it is so, when we make this call from the front end, we have to pass this access token. Now, how to do that? Okay, let's open up our sign-in controller. Sign-in controller. Let's take a better look. So we know that when we sign in, so asyncPostAllData, this is the method that we invoke, and then over here we actually save user token. So this is the access token, right? Now this token is actually used for authorization later down the road, and now you will understand. So used for authorization, that's why we saved it. All right, okay, great. Now that means that when we make a request to our server, to our endpoint, we have to send this one back. And if we do that, then over here, because we are also using Sanctum for authentication, it could authenticate automatically. Okay, whatever the token you're passing me, that's a valid token, and if so, go ahead and visit this. All right, so that means that our next job is to create a mechanism where we can send this. Until now, we can save this, which we did. We can also remove it. But now we have to have a mechanism where we can retrieve it and then send it back to the server, to the Sanctum for authorization. Now to do that, first I'm going to open up our HTTP util class over here, and inside this we have this post method. Now, so far our post method is pretty simple. We are not passing any headers. In general, the token you see over here, this should be passed in header as authorization. So we don't have any headers parameter over here. Oh, it's fine. We're going to create one. But first, we need to create a mechanism. That mechanism would retrieve back this token and then use it in the header. For this reason, I'm going to create a method and I'll call it getAuthorization header. Authorization header. Now over here, I'm going to create a variable and I'll call it headers. And it would be a map type data. So the key is string, the value is dynamic over here, and this is initialized as an empty map. Now inside this, I'm going to create another variable and I'll call it access token, this one. Now this access token would be coming from our global storage. Okay, we know that we need to import it. Let's go ahead and import it. Sometimes it doesn't recognize. If it not, then let's try it one more time. Yes, it did. And then over here, storage service, and then we'll have get user token. All right, now we don't have this get user token. We have to have this method to get this token. Now this token, of course, is in our service storage class. So let's go ahead and head over to our service storage class, which is this one, this class. So we will create a method that returns us the token. So here, let's do that. So over here, we are going to create a method. The method name is getUserToken, this one. And inside this, we are going to return this one. Okay. So this is a method. We don't need to pass anything. We just simply know our key, like this is our key, right? So we can simply go ahead and remove that. Yeah, actually use that or remove that. And this key is coming from app constants. We know that. So just use this one inside and you're good to go. Now this one, the return type is a string. Because this is string, we know that. Well, if it exists, then go ahead and return it. Otherwise, return this empty one, which means return nothing. All right. So now let's go back to our HTTP util class over here. And as you can see, the arrow is gone. And then inside this, we're going to do like access token. Access token is not empty. We're going to check this one, whether it's empty or not. And this is the time where we set the key for these headers. How to do that? So over here we'll have headers. Now since this is a map, I can create any kind of key, because we just said the key is a string, but what kind of key is that? The key name, we didn't say that, and key name is authorization. And then over here, since this is a bearer token, so I'm going to send it here as bearer, and then inside this I'm going to send access token. All right. Well, I do think it doesn't need the curly braces, so let's get rid of that. And with this, we are good. Now, of course, this one, authorization, the spelling has to match this authorization, this tag, exactly the same. So if you make mistakes, it's not going to work. All right, so we created this method. So this method is going to get us authorization header. And now, of course, we want to return it. So here we're just simply going to go ahead and return headers. All right, so we need to specify the return type over here. Now this is a map, so let's go ahead and do that. So here we do map and string and dynamic. All right, so return type could be nullable or empty, because we have this empty one, so you have to have this one. Okay, great. So our authorization header is ready. So now we can access to our storage and retrieve that and return it. So that means that now it's time to go ahead and use it. All right, to be able to use it, actually now we need to come inside this section, inside this async method. And since we are using deo over here for our HTTP request, the deo has an option which is actually called options object. Options, this one, as you can see. So it's coming from deo package. And here you can create a variable and you can name it request options. Like this header is optional. Not every request need headers. We can specify which request needs headers. All right, okay. Now in general, you'll create an object of options to it. So that's how it works. But if you want, actually, you can also pass options from here as well. If you need to, if you want to pass any kind of course, this one is also optional. So let's go ahead and create an object named options. Options. This is optional. So here we can say if option exists, then use this one. Otherwise, go ahead and create a new object. So the whole thing is optional. You get the idea. All right. Now request options, this one. Inside this, there is a property which is called, there should be a property, and that should be called headers actually. So this headers and actually this headers, they should be the same thing, and that's what we are talking about. So here we could say request options, and then we can create headers and then empty map. So the idea is whatever you're passing, if it has headers, use that one. Otherwise, create an empty map and assign to it. Okay, so far up to now, it could be totally optional and it could be all empty actually. All right, now here's the thing that we could do. Now we can call our get authorization header, this one. Now we know that this would return us, this method would return us a map. So here I'm going to create a map variable and I'm going to call it string and dynamic, and then here we'll call it authorization, just like this. So whatever it returns, we're going to save it over here. And after that, here we will check if authorization not null. If it's not null, so we are going to actually save it. Save inside this request options. So here request options dot headers, and then here is a function which is called add all. Inside this, we're gonna save authorization. All right, and after this, we'll just have it like this. Let's see. Okay, so here we'd say our headers is not null. So that's how you wrap headers, retrieve the headers in deo, and then assign it to this options object, which is request options. Now this is the time you need to pass them. So you can create a new variable over here inside this, and we are going to pass it. And how to pass it? Well, it's easy. One more time, use options and then use request options, the variable that we have created so far. Yeah, that's it. Let's see if we can reformat our code or not. Now with this, it looks more readable. Okay, all right. Okay, good. So now that means that now if we go ahead and create a post request, that means that would be able to pass headers. So that also means that every time you go ahead and log in, you will have a new access token, because we know that every time we go ahead and log in, we have a new access token, and that access token would be retrieved over here. And then inside this post method, we can simply go ahead and assign it. And when you do the post method, it'd be sent back to the server. All right. So, well, now this is the time that we go ahead and create an endpoint. Now, to be able to create endpoint, we need to come to our directory where it says that APIs. Now, inside this, we are going to create a new class, new file, and we'll call it CourseAPI.dart. So inside this, we are going to save all the API related to course over here. Now, the first thing we want to do, you want to create a class. So let's go ahead and do that. And here we do Course API. And inside this, we are going to call this HTTP post method, this method. So let's come over here. We can close some of them. We don't need this const. Also don't need the service storage. Application page we don't need. All right, great. Now inside this, we could simply create a method. So the method name is course list. And inside this, we'll call HTTP util, okay, dot post. All right, now inside this, we need to pass our endpoint. So what's our endpoint? So we can say endpoint is API, and endpoint name is course list. We know that because if you come over here, so this is our endpoint. By the way, you might see this one. You can ignore this. I'm just doing some test. So remove that. It doesn't matter because I know you guys haven't done it. So it's okay. I'm going to remove this. Of course, you didn't have it anyway. Now we know that this is going to return us something. And what is it going to return us? We can verify that very quickly. Whatever it returns, we can save it in a variable and we'll call it response. All right, okay. Now, well, there are a lot more things to do. One of the things we could do right away, we can come inside this and actually call it, because we are ready to call it. Well, even before that, I think we need to make a little bit of change over here. So here we do like this, since this is an API request, and then over here we could add async modifier. Okay, because since this is an API request, it has to wait. All right, so that's why we have to have this one. Now for us over here, we can, right after this, actually we can just simply go ahead and do like this, print response dot to string. Let's save it. Now if you come inside this, you can go ahead and call it. So here we could call await and course API dot course list. Now let's first put async tag modifier and then import it. And let's see what is going to happen. So instance member cannot be accessed using static method. This is the way we are accessing it. Before this type, actually we need to say static. That's what it was trying to say. All right, okay, great. Now okay, let's go ahead and call this. Let's restart it. Done. Beautiful. Awesome. You see our request is already back to front end, and this is awesome. So this request over here is exactly same as the request over here, the one you have seen. Let's go ahead and see. Okay. All right. So Laravel thumbnail, lesson 10, price 22, 30, 330 and 3. So over here, the last one, we do the same thing, 33, 30. So that means that this is the very first time it's working, and it's beautiful. So that means that our API request is working, our authentication is working as well. Of course, for a user to be able to make this request, the user has to log in first. If they are not logged in, it's just not going to work. And now from the front end over here, user has to log in first. Even if someone has this API open to them, they might think that they can call this API. No, they can't, because it needs this one. Now this is only generated when you log in. But you can say, well, someone can go ahead and use this to go ahead and create a login. No, they can't actually. Why? Because if you come over here and see our file where it says this user controller, let's open it up, user controller, not this one, user controller, this one. Is it so? I'm sorry. This one. Now this, first you have to send validated information, your avatar type ID, which nobody can guess. It's hard to guess. And other one is our open ID. So open ID only comes from our Google front end, Google login. So, well, Google is extremely secured, so they can't get it, because this one they won't be able to get anyway, because to be able to make this login request, which we have seen before, not over here anyway, so they have to pass the open ID, right? Now that open ID we only get in the Flutter front end, and then we pass over here as we make the request. So if someone doesn't know what is OpenID, even if they try to put random OpenID over here, it's just not going to work, because it's very difficult to guess the OpenID. All right, so it's extremely difficult unless you have an extremely powerful computer that generates a lot of OpenID, then you go ahead and check. But now that's also not going to work, even if they're able to say crack it, because it's difficult in the sense that if you come over here inside this route service provider, so here there is a limitation that how many times you can go ahead and call one certain API per minute, 60 times. That's all. If you do it more than that, it will block you. So here it would put you in a blacklist, so user won't be able to call more than 60 times. So that's extremely difficult to go and hack this and log in and do things like that. Anyway, so after this we have a lot of good idea and good understanding that how our system should work. So now, of course, for now, whatever we see over here, that just data came from our server, but we need to format them. So next step is to go ahead and work with different kind of models and fromJson method, and we'll see how to do that. Okay, wonderful. So now we'll move ahead and actually reformat our data, because just like last time, once you log in, you have to reformat your data to convert them an object from JSON, because from server we always get JSON. We want to convert them in objects so that we can use dot operator to access them during our usage in the application. Now over here, I'm going to return over here a future type entity. So here I would do future, and then here I would say course list response entity, this one. And then over here we are going to return like this, return course list, this one. And then all we need to do is simply pass this response object. Okay, great. Oh, it is not detail, it should be course list. Okay, great. So now what is this? It's already in our folder. If you go ahead and see over here inside this entities, we have I think it should be, let me see where it is. Course, this one. So over here we already have pre-made this entity which helps you to deal with the responses and how to convert from JSON to object, like this method over here. Now one of the things it does internally, it has an array over here, as you can see, or a list actually, because in Dart we don't have array, we have list. So it's like our data, because we have seen that previously our data could come in a list form where we'll have a bunch of data. Let me show you. Let me remove this. So here, course list, I'm gonna hit enter. Okay, right. Now this one is actually a list. This braces whenever you see. In Dart, this is converted as a list. And so we have list of maps. So these are regarded as a map internally in Dart. But of course, over here, we call them JSON data. But when it comes to Dart, the whole thing is a list of maps, because this is one list. And it has many maps inside. While our data field, which is this one, similar as this, contains a list of maps. So that's why we call the map function. Now other part like code and message, they are the same, so we don't have to worry about it. The thing we do over here, we get the response, so we take the code and message and we assign them. Okay, no problem. And then we deal with the data part. Now the data part could be null, so that's why we need to check if it is null or not. Like on the server side, yes, we didn't check that, we just returned whatever we get. All right, okay, so we want to be able to check this thing, that what we return and what we use over here. So if it is null, then assign it an empty list, because as I said, this sign is also a list. Otherwise, okay, take this data which has maps inside and go through it internally, take each of them. So here, when we saw the X, that X means this one. This is the first X, this is the second X. So X takes each of the data, so we call fromJson one more time. So this is the course item over here, as you can see, course item class. Now it does deal with all these fields, because some of the fields are coming from here, like name, thumbnail, lesson, price, and ID. Those are the things. So in one sense, this is also JSON, as I said. So as we return JSON, we have to convert them to an object. So that's why we called fromJson method from here one more time. So hopefully it makes sense over here. Okay. All right. So one of the things you could do here, you could just write JSON data has maps internally. So we need to go through fromJson method. I'm referring to this one over here. All right, okay, good. Now let's come over here in our Course API. So whatever we do, we return object, right? Okay, great. Eventually we get object. Now we are over here. One of the things we could do right away here, we could define a variable and we can say to result. Now since this is an object, so we could do result dot code, which means our status code. If the code is 200, perfect. Okay, print perfect. All right. Well, internally we can also print a lot of other things. Print over here, so result. Now it has also data field, right? So we access the data field, we access the first item. Now to access the first item, you have to use index because this is a list. So the first item index should be 0. That's what we are doing. And then after this, over here, you can use this dot operator, and then you can use name. All right, and then let's go ahead and print it. That's it. But most probably you need to confirm over here that this is something not null. Most probably over here are the data. Okay, error should be gone. While else else print result dot status result dot code. All right, so now let's go ahead and restart it. Okay, now we do see that we have an error. So yes, we are able to get data and status code is 200, and well, this is one of the earlier logs where it says that status code is 200, but the new log we didn't see that. And here there is an issue. What is this issue? Here it says that unhandled exception, int type isn't subtype of substring. Now whenever you see this kind of error, that int is not a subtype of subtype of string, that means that it was able to get the data from the server, but it wasn't able to confirm and convert the data. Now it says that the type int. So what we are doing, we are getting int data from server, and but in our fromJson method we have string. This is the problem, and in general it should point out. It says that in this method, as you can see over here. So you can go ahead and click. So this is the item that it's referring to. Okay, so it is saying that from the server you are getting int, but now the int value you are assigning to this price variable, which is string type. So that's the problem. So one of the things we could do over here, we could convert it to string. All right, and then we'd see that error is gone. Now this kind of errors are all pretty much similar. They all mean that first you got the error, you got data, but it was not able to convert the data. So that was the problem. So let's go ahead and restart it. Now here you see that our error is gone, and at the same time we were able to print perfect, as you can see, and we also able to print Laravel course. But of course you can access a lot more information. Now instead of using first index, we're gonna go to the second index, and we'll also see the same. Beautiful. Okay, all right, but the for second index, for description there is nothing. Well, it says that it's empty, so we are okay with that one. And we can go ahead and check on our Postman. Yes, we don't have anything for description. but it's fine. That's why it says null. Alright, so far we've been able to access all the data from server successfully, and that's beautiful. Okay, perfect. So we can get all the messages from here, and we can get the data. But one of the things I wanted to show you before we move ahead, and which is very important. Now it has to do with our API. Now see over here, we have this method, which is course list actually. Now course list returns us this one, and of course before that we do a query, and then we return the result, right? So that's what we are doing. But what if, say for example, as we are writing, you have a field over here that you wrote it wrong, or you wrote something that doesn't exist. For example, say you have a typo. Instead of name, you said names. Okay, now let's go ahead and see our Postman. Now, a case like this over here, that's a lot of information, and actually you don't want to return error like this. And at the same time, if we visit our front end right now, of course over here it also says that 500, and it didn't say anything more than this. It just said 500, and that's all. So it's not very readable in either way. So how to deal with these things? So in general, I would suggest, and which is a good approach, that whenever you do a query like this, you should actually wrap around your query using try catch block. Okay, now using try catch block, you can catch the error in a special way. All we need to do, we need to use the Throwable interface that Laravel provides and create a variable of your choice. It doesn't matter, and then inside this you just return better error. But anyway, let me put it here, the one that we had early. Okay, right. So now we are inside this try catch block. Over here you want to also return response and JSON like this. Now what do you want to return over here? Well, one of the things you could return, like a code. Now code over here you want to return, say 500 in general. Okay, now over here you want to return the message. And what is the message you want to return? You want to say like this. Now let me go ahead and check my website over here. So in general, throwable message, like you can find the link from the description or resources. So you have to get this message, this one. Message, this one. So let's go ahead and do it. Get message. So here we could do throw get message, this one. All right, and after that what else? So here we just do msg, and in our case we can also say data null. All right, and at the same time you want to return like this, and then of course you want to tag the status code 500. All right, so let's go ahead and save it. And now in a situation like this, if you wrap it around this try catch block and then you run it, so hopefully you'll have better understanding that, okay, here code 500, and then we are pinpointing the exact problem. So here we could say that, yes, so we have this names field that doesn't exist over here. So that gives you idea that this is a wrong message, a wrong field. Okay, so since it's not found, it doesn't exist, or you wrote it wrong. Okay, so this is how you could actually do it. Now that's the message. Now of course you could change like this. Okay, you can put the message here, it doesn't matter, and then let's see. Okay, so over here you could do the field does not exist, or you have a syntax error. So which is more readable? Okay, now let's go ahead and return it. Now let's see how it looks like. Okay, so this is a better way to format the error, but of course you have to be more careful what you type in here. Okay, but it does give you the better idea, because here is an unknown column not found, so you can say column doesn't exist. So here you could say column doesn't exist. All right, okay. Why I'm doing it, because a lot of you, if you're trying to follow, I know following and coding along could be error prone, so that's why it's very important. So this is one of the ways to deal with this thing. All right, now we could also do like this. So we have a variable and x, just or it's not a variable actually. In Laravel or PHP, variables are defined like this. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and save it. But anyways, say you have a random character or anything like that. Now let's go ahead and return. Okay, so now this is kind of different kind of thing, because over here this is not inside try catch. Yes, it is trying to tell you over here that undefined constant blah blah blah. Okay, but at first glance this is extremely a lot of, so this doesn't make sense at all. Now if you go ahead and run this in front end, now, of course, it also doesn't make sense. It just said 500. Okay. All right. Now we can do it much better. Let's come over here. Now in our app folder, we have an exception folder. Inside this, we have handler.php, and we want to change this one. So over here, it's pretty much empty, as you can see, and it's returning something called reportable, but we don't want to return this one. We want to return this method. Instead of reportable, we want to return renderable. So copy that one and put it here. Of course, you can read about renderable and reportable from Laravel official website. There's a lot more information about it. Now let's go ahead and save it. And after that, come over here. Wow, it's much better. It's really much better. As you see over here, it says that undefined const. Okay, so with this, we are pinpointing. So this X, this variable inside this API folder. So this is what causing this problem. So exactly a very short message like from here. So with this two changes over here, we can actually pinpoint our errors all the time. Now, of course, I'm going to keep this error one more time. And I'm going to come over here and do this. And okay, so any kind of error now is more readable, and we can understand what's going on. Of course, if we go back to front end, and you will still see that we have 500 or error like that. But at least on Flutter, on Postman side, it's much clearer, because first, whenever we write API, we always have to check on Postman. This is basic checking and debugging. But later down the road, we'll see how to format this error better and show it on the UI, that we know that something is going wrong. Because for user, this is not user friendly. For us, like if we are programmer, this is user friendly. I mean, for us, it's fine. When we say that status code 500, that means that syntax error or internal server error. But anyway, so right now I'm going to remove this. But after this, that means that we'll be able to better handle our situation. We won't have any panic that, oh my God, what's going on? At least we could do a check on Postman. That would give us better idea. In future, we'll see how to build this error format on our Flutter front-end framework. Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. Well, currently this API is working. It's bringing us result and we can type that or print them on our console. Over here, this is the init method, and this init method actually gets called from our home page. So let's go ahead and find our home page over here. So this is our home page. Now we know that init method gets called over here, but of course if we want, we can also go ahead and access this from here, like the one that gets called. But of course in that case over here you have to return a list and then access it from here, and we'll also have a list over here. But this is not what we want. We want to update our UI, which is this one, using block. So that means that over here, once we have this list coming from our server, we want to trigger an event. So that's what we want to do. As we trigger an event on our UI, which is over here, we have home blocks and home page states. So they would help us to update the UI. But first, go ahead and take a look at our home events. So over here, I'm going to open up home events, home page events. Now, currently inside this, I just only have, well, one event over here and one abstract class. So now this events actually home page events, which helped us to deal with this index over here. Now we want to create a new event over here. Why? That's because we have a list coming over from here, from the server. Now this is the list actually we have printed, and now let's go ahead and take a look at it one more time. Okay, so over here we see that we'll have this information that's coming from our backend server. Well, so we want to show this information using block. So the first step is to create a new event over here. So let's go ahead and do that. Now this would be about course item. So here we would do class homepage. Now inside this we are going to have a final type variable, and it would contain our list. So that's why here we'll say list, and inside this we'll have course item, this one. Now course item is the model that actually corresponds to the list that comes from our network call. So we saw it before, and we'll take a look at it. We'll look at it one more time. Anyway, so let's first come over here, this one. And then we'll create a variable. We'll call it course item. Now, of course, we need to create a constructor, otherwise we'll get errors. So we'll create a immutable constructor using const. So here we do course item. Actually, it should be homepage course item. Homepage course item. Now, inside this, we'd say this course item, and we should be good to go. All right, so this is this event that we created. Now once again, over here I said that this event would be triggering a list, that we have a list coming in and update the UI, right? And this list has a model. So this is our model and we know about it. So from the backend, we'll have user token, name, thumbnail, description, video, price, and everything would be coming from. So this is a simple model about our course that's coming from our backend. So we have everything over here, including the fields and then the constructor, and as well as the course item, which is fromJson method, because the information that comes in from server, we need to convert them from JSON to an object. So that's why we have this one. We also have two JSON method, but most probably we are not going to use this one. So we have this one actually ready. Now we are also ready with this homepage course item over here. Now we're gonna go ahead and look at our homepage state. Now previously in our homepage state, we just only had one field, which is index, and this was helping us to change the index over here. So wherever you could click, it would update the items and the related information. So this is what we had last time. Now inside this over here, we're going to create a new variable, and of course you can guess that would be a list type variable. So list, and it would take course item inside as a type, and we'll call it course item. Now this things, how it updates and how it works, everything we have seen before, so I'm not going to repeat. So I'm just putting everything into the skeleton over here. So anyway, when home page states get triggered, so we have to initialize our list over here. This is the list. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here we do this course item, and here we'll have actually an empty list. So here we do course item. So this would be an empty list over here. Okay, and most probably we need to put const tag modifier, and the error should be gone. All right, so with this over here we are ready. So whenever we call this home page state, our index gets initialized 0, and course item gets initialized with an empty list. But what if we want to change? But we know that if we want to change, we already have this copy with method. So over here we just need to call this one. So inside this we're gonna call course item, and if course item actually exists, the value actually not exists, the value that would be coming from here, if that exists, then we're going to use that one. So first we need to tag a new parameter over here, so that would be list course item, and then we'll call it course item. All right, so if this one exists, let's see, course item. Okay, we'll to use that. If this one exists over here, use this. Otherwise, the one we have initially initialized, we have to use that one. And of course over here it did say that add a required keyword, so we don't want to do that. So over here we'll make it like optional, and with this the error should be gone. So now we are done with our events and page. So next time we want to change either index or course item, we could just simply pass one of them, or pass both of them if we want to change both of the items. Okay, so states are ready, events are ready. So this is the time that we go ahead and create a block for it. So previously we have registered a block for our homepage index over here. Now we want to create a new block in this section. And how to do that? Actually it's simple, just go ahead and register one, and here I would say homepage course item, this one, and then over here we'll call it homepage course item. You can name it anything you like. All right, now of course it doesn't exist, so that's why we have this error. So with this we just registered our event over here. Now since the registration is done, when we call this event, we could do a lot of stuff, including trigger an event, or trigger a new state. So that what we would be able to do. So over here we do void, and then here we'll do like course homepage course item, this one, and we know that it would take course item homepage course item, this event over here, and we'll create a variable name event, and then of course we'll have emitter class, and inside this you have to say what state does it belong to, or a type. You have to mention the state type, so it should be homepage states, homepage, actually it should be, let me see, oh yeah, we have only one class for that one, so homepage states over here. And we have to create a variable, and we'll call it emit. We know that we can call it anything. Now over here we're gonna invoke the emit function of this emitter class, which is a callable function, and which we have learned before. So over here we do state copy with, and actually copy with this one. So what do you want to pass in this case? Once we trigger this event, we just want to pass our course item. So course item, and it be coming from event.courseItem. Beautiful. So once we call this event, we're gonna pass this course item as an event, and then as an event to the state, and then state would be updated because we are passing whatever the coming from this event as a list. We are coming to this to our copy with method, so it would update the course item. It means that from our UI would be able to grab them. Beautiful. So with this we are done. All right, now after this I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to actually restart everything. We make sure that nothing is breaking. Beautiful. Okay, great. Now we need to come to our home page over here. Now previously in our home page we have had this let's see, course grid, right? Okay, so this course grid, if you go ahead and click on this, this is the one that actually showing all these images and everything over here. Okay, now a few things we could do right away. Now if you come over here inside this now one thing in our init over here, actually we need to update our UI in the sense that we have to trigger an event. So right now we did not do that. So if status code is 200, this is the time we can go ahead and trigger an event. So here we already have this context. Now of course this context is coming from here, so it's actually coming from this init state method. As you see, we are passing the context, but of course we have to make a bit of change soon. Anyway, so let's first go ahead and check it over here. So inside this we could do like this, context.read. So we're gonna read this, read the context. And what kind of context you want to read? You want to read home page blocks, this one. So I want to read the context about this, and after this I want to add an event to it. So that's why we call add. And okay, very good. Want to add an event, and after adding the event, actually you can call the event the one that you want. So course homepage course item. So this is the event that we want. And what do you want to pass to it? You want to pass result.data. So remember, result.data contains our list. So that's what we want to pass. Now I'm going to remove this from here. So now let's go ahead and restore our app. Okay, great. So nothing broke up so far. Now let's come to our home page over here. Now, is this the place that from here inside this state, can we just access one of the items that we have so far? So because we know that over here we just triggered an event. So if we triggered an event, that also means that inside this, the state variable would be able to access the course item. So now that's why we're going to come over here. So here we would do print state dot course item, and as you can see we can access it. So most probably, since this is a list, we can access the first one, and from that we can access the name. All right, and let's see whether we can do that. We can do that or not. And as you see, it's already available there. Okay, so that means that our state is working. We successfully get the items from our server. After that we are able to update them. Beautiful. Okay, great. Now we need to find this section. So this section is actually, so far we know that that should be inside this grid view over here. So right now over here, actually we could go ahead and grab our course item. And how to do that? So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just do state course item, and after that we could just grab our course item. So here simply we could just and then we can actually pass an index to it. Okay, of course we'll have an error over here, so we need to come over here and do like this: course item. Now we need to import it at the top, otherwise we'll have an error. So this course grid is being called from here. Now each index actually refers to an item of this object over here. So we are grabbing the index, and based on that index we are taking the course item. That item we are passing as an object over here. All right, so with this we should be able to view and work on some of the information. Now let's come over here. First thing I want to do is remove this text over here. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here we would say item dot name. This is the first one, and okay, do we need to convert it? So over here we could do like this. Okay, great. So if the name doesn't exist, then we'll have an empty name. And what else we have? So here we'll have item dot do you have a description? So use description. If the description doesn't exist, then use null. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Now let's first go ahead and restart our app, and we'll see if we have changes over here or not. Now, of course, first one is Laravel course, the second one is Flutter course, and over here we have this range issue. Now that's happening because of over here. Now previously it was hard coded that we'll have 4 items in our grids. So that is the problem. So over here we have to have like this. We're gonna take the state, and then over here we do course item and the length. So that would be the dynamic length, and as you can see, it's gone from here, and beautiful. So it means that our state and update list is working with Flutter and Bloc and with everything we have done so far. Now what about the images from here? Okay, now for images itself, we see that we are passing this path over here, and how to work with this now. Now this path is saved in the database, we know that. And we also know that our server URL is over here in our const file. So we have to grab this one. Okay, all right. So we could also do like this, create a new file over here, which is a static const, actually a new variable, server uploads. Okay, over here. So here we do like this, server API URL, and then here we'll have uploads folder. I think that's uploads, and that's it. Okay, so this would be our server uploads folder for images. Now if we are here inside this home page, where is our home page? Okay, we don't need this. So over here now we can go ahead and find our grid container. Now the images we see, we can directly go ahead and remove them. And one of the things we could do right now, instead of doing like this, we could also do network image. Now inside network image, all we need to do is simply pass our URL. So the first URL we're gonna pass it from app const, and then server uploads, the last one. Okay, so that's the server path. So at the same time we need to have our image path. So image path is coming from items dot we have thumbnail, this one. And most likely we need to, let's see what is going on. Null cannot be assigned. All right, so here it says that it can be null, and as Okay, so remove this const and put this as a thumbnail, and it should be good. So let's go ahead and see it here. Beautiful. So right now we are able to load the message, load data from the server, and as well as load our images and text and related information from the UI, from the server. So one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and log out, and then over here, well, it looks like when we log out, we do have an error over here, status code of 400. We'll take care of that later. So first, let's come over here and do info@dbestech and 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's go ahead and work on this. All right, beautiful. So everything is loaded from here.